Hello, everybody. How's it going? What's going on? How's everybody doing? I'm not muted, no. I double checked, because now I'm paranoid. Okay. Yeah, how's it going? What's going on? Cool. Pretty epic. Welcome in, Zace. How's it going? Yeah, we're gonna be diving into a little bit of Starground to start off. Want to just keep working away at the dungeon content, so we'll be doing that. Yeah. Give me just 1 second here. Okay. So yeah, probably mainly just gonna be adding in even more Caligo rooms. I really would love to add in like a special Caligo room. Because I think it would just be epic. Maybe we can try and do that, and then also hopefully sprinkle in at least like one more artifact. And would be nice to have some more weapon parts and stuff like that, so maybe we'll work on some of those. But yeah. We're gonna go ahead and get started here. Had Maze Game open. I've been working on the shop a little bit here for Maze Game. The lumberjack guy is set here now. It's working pretty well. I got the different scrap items now, so I do think we're gaming. I don't know why it looks weird though. Is that because it's shaded? It's almost like it like got compressed somehow. I don't know. It's a little odd. What? It just does look like that? Hold on. Yeah, what is up with that? That's so weird. Is it my compression mode? Compression is lossless. Really weird. I don't know if you guys can see that, but the there's like these weird artifacts in the sprite for some reason. I don't know what's causing that. It's really odd. Let's see what the import settings are. I know we will work on Starground, but it could be like MIP maps that are causing that or something. No. Is it fix alpha border? No. Do I need a pre-molt alpha? Doesn't really change much. HDRR is this? Yeah, I don't know what's causing that. That's really weird. Huh. Well, I don't know why those artifacts are showing up. Maybe it could have something to do with the scaling or like the texture filtering or something, but it seems like it's not. And it just seems like there's like a weird long chunk at the bottom too. What is going on? Like here, what happens if I reopen this image? See, it's fine. But then in game, it's like whack. I don't know, that's so weird. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with that. Super weird. Say, Zach, screw up my boss today. Yeah, it's all good. Be busy, but more if you need anything. Cool. Yeah, I'll be working on Maze Game probably in the second half of the stream. We're gonna start off with some Starground. I was just confused on why there's some weird image artifacting. I don't know what's up. Because you can see on this like scrap, there's these weird little discolorations. It looks like JPEG compression, but it's a PNG, so I don't know I don't know what is going on. I'm gonna have to do some research on that. Because I don't think I've noticed that anywhere else. Yeah, it's really odd. It's just with this sprite for some reason. I thought it was some like weird export setting. No, I don't think it's a shader thing. Like, because if I look at this image in here, just the base thing that's imported, it has the artifacting. But like, I don't know. Maybe it's because I have the mode on... Oh, there we go. So it was on a VRAM compressed mode, which was screwing it up. That's really weird. There's basis universal. Yeah, I guess I'll just have to keep these things as lossless, probably. It should be fine. I mean, this sprite is so tiny, I don't think it'll have very much of an impact on VRAM. 13 kilobytes of memory, that's not that bad. So yeah, really weird. Well, I don't know. I'll have to think about that. How we can prevent that. Interesting. Anyways. Starground. So, let's see, last stream we added this other room in. That's all good to go. I do want to add to our loot table some of the other artifacts we actually added in. So we've got let's loot chest and Enceladus, Caligo. We've also got like the pogo stick, I believe, is one of the artifacts. So we got the ice amulet, the pogo stick. Let's go look in the images of exactly what we have in here. And sprites should be in. Oh, is it not sorted by oh, there it is. Items, artifacts. Yeah, pogo stick I think was the new artifact, like base artifact that we added, so yeah. Hey bro, welcome in. How's it going? I was even starting to like Maze game more than Starground. Yeah. No, I think it's got some promise. Could be really neat. Yeah, we'll definitely be working on that after we work on all the few Starground things today. I just want to flesh out like the rooms that spawn a little bit more. Hopefully add in a couple new weapon parts and stuff. But yeah, I definitely would love to work more on Maze game. I think it's definitely, for me at least, way more fun to work on Maze game. I mean, Starground's cool, and it's not like I'm gonna not work on Starground, but there's so many cool things we can do with Maze game right now. We're not like locked in. Because the thing always, like, when you're developing a game, you hit a spot where the game is kind of like got all these other systems built up, so adding something new in can kind of become time consuming. But not the case with Maze game right now. We can go crazy mode on that, especially since it's not multiplayer. So Starground's the oldest child I respect. It's doing the best, but everyone pays more attention to the youngest. Yeah. That's exactly how it is. Yeah. But yeah, we'll get closer to Stargrounds 1.0 eventually, and then I think as we start leading up to that point, I'll definitely be streaming Maze game more often. And hopefully also Lured In. I want to get that finished soon too. I would like to. I think Lured In is going to be super easy. The gameplay loop is very small. I imagine that game's going to be very cheap. I'm thinking $5 or less, somewhere around there. Because like that one game that it's similar to Dixium, that game's $3, so I feel like $5 for Lured In would probably be a pretty fair price, but might even go lower, might go $4. We'll see, because it is as long as the game is priced accordingly to its size, like, I don't think it's too bad. Could put my son in as a fish and Lured In. Yeah, sure. You're welcome. You're welcome to. It's worth $1. Yeah. The rarest fish in the game, but it's the cheapest. Yeah, you're welcome to put it in. Yeah, Lurden will be fun to work on more. Lurden has been so easy. Like, even easier than Maze Game, because it's just another 2D game. It's been, like, practically asleep while I'm working on it. But that's not a bad thing. It's really fun to work on it because of how easy it is, so... Kind of like the bootfish. Well, the bootfish is worth 100 coins, though. It's pretty valuable if you can catch them. But yeah. Okay, so we got... I also would like to add in drops for the boss. I know we never did one for Caloris either. So maybe we can also do that. Should be more. I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to increasing the price to 200 because it is, it's so rare, it kind of like, it's fine to do that, I think. So we could up that 200. Also, one thing that I think I'd like to do is make the mythic fish way less common down here. I want the mythic fish to be like something where you're like, whoa, look, there's a mythic fish over there. So I'm gonna put them down to 1 on the weighted loot chances here. So yeah, it should be pretty rare. What would be the percent then of getting a mythical fish? Let's see. So we'd say 15 plus 10. Oops, wrong calc. Plus 4 plus 1, so that's 30. So it's a 1 out of 30 chance. If we say 30 divided by 100, and then say 1 divided by 0.3. So yeah, it's about a 3% chance to get a mythical fish. 3.3, you know, get the idea. So yeah, pretty low chance to find one of them. Be cool if there's a room in the desert dungeon. It's like an oasis. Yeah, I would really like to do unique fishing rooms and like unique fish drops specifically in the dungeons. Because we do have the fishing room inside of Enceladus. We could totally do one also inside of Tephra. Could be pretty cool. It would be kind of sick if the fishing thing in Caligo was like oil, so you get some like wacky fish from that. I think it'd be really neat. Just another reason to go to the dungeons, you know, to seek out different kinds of fish. I think could be really cool. So yeah, maybe we'll do that. Yeah, I think I might even make it so that fish inside of the dungeon don't respawn. Actually, I might have it set up like that already. I think I do. Because on catch, it'll like tell the world to respawn itself. I'm trying to remember where that's at. I think it's on like ready. I have a signal connected up to that. Yeah, tree exiting, connect to respawn. So we pass in a region ID. As long as it's not in a group. Okay, so yeah, it won't respawn fish inside of the dungeon, so they are like a consumable thing, which is good. I think it's actually better that way. I kind of like how that works, because then it's like you can fish up all of the fish, and then you have to move on and generate a new dungeon to get more. So it's actually a good thing. Okay. But yeah, we could totally then set that up really easily, I think, to do multiple of these kinds of fishing rooms like this, right? Because it's a really simple script. All it's saying is just grab chords in the spawnable tiles and then create a bunch of fish. So we could totally do that. Yeah, I could just have some checks set up so it reads what fish you just caught. I guess the only thing is, like, I would like these fish to have more uses. I know that we did just add in a bunch of fish-related crafting recipes, which is good. So that's always a good thing. But I'm trying to think if, like, is there anything else we can do with fish other than just selling and making food? I'm not sure. Excuse me. Could be cool if you have to, like, craft some kind of fish artifact. But yeah, I don't know. We'll have to think about that. There's a lot of things that we could do. If anybody has ideas, though, definitely let me know. Sell the fish's soul to the evil fish lord. Yeah. That's basically what Fishbird is. Fishbird is actually the evil fish lord, so. Anyways, let's go to these Caligo rooms. That's the starting room. Yeah, I mean, we could totally do a Caligo fishing room. I wouldn't be opposed. That'd be kind of neat. Because we have that oil shader, so it's really easy to just pop that on. I'll have to do some funny tiles here, because like we've got like these tiles, right? So I wonder how this works here. The water, like, do I just have it go up to that? Yeah. So the water is actually just an overlay. You can see, like, it just goes on top of the water there. Say, Region 73, thank you for the follow. So yeah, we could make this work. We can just do a color rect that's kind of a semi-transparent oil thing. And that can go over, like, some black terrain. So let's just add that into the tile set then for Caligo. Let's go over to Starground. Caligo. I think it's tile set Caligo or something. There's no way that's it. No, that's the old meat dungeon one. Or it might just be prefixed with dungeon. I need to put all the tile set assets or sprites into their own folder. Here it is. Yeah, I know it was pretty, discard the autosave. It's got quite a lot of stuff going on in here. Alright, so we're just going to create a tile that's meant to be for the water. And we'll put that guy down here. Go to 1 pixel. Okay. And then we'll have another that's for like the edges here. I think it'll be something sort of like this, but just a little bit different, so I will need to expand this tile set out. Let's make it taller. Let's add like another 2 rows or whatever. And then I guess I can just use that as the actual center tile, so we don't even need that one. Alright, so let's just start building this up. I don't want this one to be as a spiky, because it's not meant to be like frost. This is more like an actual frickin' crater in here, you know? Ready. Boom, 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 boom. Oops. And I think that'll work. So then up here, I do want to do a little bit of like, I don't know how to describe it. Kind of making this look like it goes down into the water or whatever, into the oil. So just a little bit of that there. And then I'm trying to think how I want to do this because it's tricky. So we could go like that and then say 6 pixels down. then this is the issue over here. It'll be fine. Okay, so let's also do like, yeah, along here it's like darker. I want to do some anti-aliasing in here for sure. And then we'll have... It's tricky because it's like oil. Hopefully we can get the idea across. This like goes down into it. I might possibly just for this do some like bricks. Just because it'll be way easier to tell that it's like an actual pit in the floor. So I think that's what we're going to do. Because this is cool and all, but I don't think it's going to really look like anything. So let's clean up here. Shoot, what is it? Shift R for rectangle? Okay. I need to learn my keybinds better. Oops. Boom. Yeah, this will be better. I think one more pixel. Okay. So, we're gonna make this look like brick. Imagine there would be at least a few bricks in this place. And we'll do 6 pixel bricks. Okay. And let's do the line right there. Yeah, right there. It doesn't really matter where these end up, so just do it wherever. Okay, like that. And then we're going to give these some thickness. Shade these. Make that look like it's going down in. And I want this to have a bright line right here. So that it looks like that's sort of like the spot where the oil comes up to. Because if you look at like this one in here, it's got this white line. It just helps, I think. It is a good illusion. Something like that. Alright, now we're going to round and anti-alias and all that kind of good stuff. I like doing this a little randomly. Maybe some of these can be fixed up. Like that guy. I would like some of these to have some damage. It's going to have to be in the corners, though. Otherwise, the damage is going to repeat and it's going to look bad. All right, so I think this will work. Let's see what this looks like in here then. I don't think the fishing room in Caligo needs to be quite as large as this one, so let's go into Caligo room 1. We're going to duplicate this, call it Caligo room fish. Hide the spawnable. Go to the static layer. Paint our textures. So these are going to be full collisions, and then that middle one will not be. Oops, don't do scattering. Okay. And we could give this one, like, I don't know, what would be a neat shape? I'll probably just make it a big square, I imagine. And all the magic of this is going to come in the form of the shader on here. So let's give this the correct. And we're going to apply that oil shader to it. I think it's this one. Oil shader. Thought I had a material for this. Yeah, here we go. Calico background. And hopefully I can just... Yeah, I can. Epic. Just sort of like this, and now it'll look like a big oil pool. The only thing I'd like to do here, though, is you can see it's following the camera, which is fine and good for the background, but for this it doesn't really work. So I'm going to duplicate this, call it oil. Go grab our oil material. I'm going to make this oil shader unique now. Save this one as oil world. Oil world. So this is where we're going to actually use world UV now. Instead of using screen UV. Just like so. And that should do it. And we don't need to worry about UV fix anymore. It's not a thing. Let's put oil onto this. Look at that. I don't think we really need to subtract this either now. Boom. All right, so we're also going to make both of these unique. And this is so that I can tweak the frequency of this noise here. Something kind of like that. And it's moving too fast. Let's modify that. So I can just tweak that in here. Here, let's hide the navigation region so I can see what the heck I'm doing. All right. Let's say time divided by 600. Okay, so that one doesn't need to go so slow. Let's say divided by 120, but this one needs to slow down to like 120. Yeah, so now it just looks more like pulsating oil. So that works. Now, I think I'm going to actually up the brightness of this oil. just so that it doesn't blend in too much with the fish underneath it. So might go with more of a gray vibe. Let's try that. Oil. Yeah. More of a shimmery light oil, because you can see here it's got quite a bit of transparency. It's got like 0.4 alpha. Make it slower. Yeah, I think it might need to go just a little touch slower, maybe on the vertical here. Drop that to like that. I think this one needs to decrease. There we go. That's a little bit better. And then with the fish in there, I think we should be good. So let's do that. And I'll probably keep the shape of these fishing rooms consistent, so I'll do the corners. I mean, it's not really super necessary to, but I think it's just nice to have a... I usually do that with rooms like this. Like, if there's a room that's kind of the same type in a different dungeon, I like to kind of, like, keep its sort of visual design the same. So yeah. That guy, and then there. Now we're gonna connect it back up. I think we'll just do that there. Boom. Boom. Okay. I love messing everything up. Yakaronis, there we go. Fix those, fix, oops. Okay, now also these are gonna need to move. Let's see. Just trying to think of how this is all gonna work. Because I always like the floor plan to be the same. But the problem with this is the walls, so I think what I might have to do is just push up that wall down there to make it look correct. Sort of how, like, these are pushed up a lot. Oh, and these actually are wrong material. If I ever do actually give these walls, like, a texture, I'll definitely go through and fix all the cases where I've probably screwed it up. So... let's just fill all these in. Okay. Now the last step. These walls here both need to go up. 1, 2, 3, 4. And that should do it. Yeah, just like that, and we should be good to go. Let's fix all the back oil here. Those guys, I think we're mostly good on that. Need to go through and fix all the walls. Probably change the window positions just for fun. Let's fix these pipe positions. Move this guy down here. God dang it. God dang it, Godot. I'm gonna freaking kill you. And these need to be swapped out with, these guys here. Those guys. Oops. Oopsies. All right. Look at that. Look at that beautiful floor plan. And I might also make this carpet wrap around. Sort of like that a little bit. But I'm gonna have to make it tile, which is the most unfortunate. So let's go into terrains. I want to see if I can get this working. See, it always does like a 3 tile, which is quite unfortunate. I wish I could just go like... Oh. I mean, that does kind of work, actually. It's a little janky, though. Nope, like that one doesn't work for some reason. Whack. Oh well. Guess I'll have to do it the long and hard way. One of the fish should be a hermit crab with an oil can for a shell. Oh yeah, that'd be epic. That was a blobfish because they already look like they're in oil. Yeah. No, those would all be cool. I definitely want this place to have more like monstrous looking fish, I think, because, you know, it is an oil place. Kind of makes sense. If I was in oil for my entire life, I'd probably look pretty monstrous. Right, let's try and fix some of these intersection points and whatnot. Oh, that needs to be a... Fix that one. Let's see, that guy. That guy. That guy. I hate having to do tiles manually. It's okay, it's not that bad. Uranium blobfish, yeah. I definitely would like people to also be able to just fish up different kinds of things here too. Obviously, it will add oil to the loot table, I think, for fishing. But I'd also like to throw on like some other things too. So. I do wonder if I should just make it so when you're fishing, if you're not actually fishing up an actual fish, then it just kind of instantly catches it and you don't have to play the mini game. Maybe that would feel a little more real, a little more fair, but I don't know. So I think I'm gonna replace these guys. Like that. And I would like a little bit of this action. Alright. So that's pretty much it for that. We gotta fix some decals here. Get those off the center. And clear up the paths a little bit. I'm okay with like an occasional decal on the path, but I want like it to be mostly clear. Say, Rooster Bagel, welcome in. How's it going? Now let's do our breakables map. This needs an oil change. Just put it up to there. Alright, and then I think I'll do some spawning areas around there. And finally, the spawnable layer. We're going to set that to in here like that. And I think that's everything. So, yeah. Then it's just a matter of going through and fixing some of these weird pipes. Fix that guy. This guy's a little funny. You could add fishing nets that bypass the fishing minigame, but use themselves up in the process. Yeah, stuff like that could be pretty interesting. I would like to make fishing have some options like that, you know? Just so that you're not always stuck with having to do the minigame. Let's move that pipe there. I'm gonna move that guy up. And I think the final thing is these foreground pipes. They should move like that. And that looks pretty freaking good to me. Not seeing any major issues here. Cool. And we can do the navigation region. I'll need to put in some more of those blocks. Navigation obstacles, just so that we don't get the weird navigation region thing in the center of the room. Been specifically careful about that in Caligo, since we do have some guys that actually like directly use positions on the navigation region as potential places to navigate to, so I want to be kind of careful with that. Because you really shouldn't be able to navigate to the center here. Fish don't use navigation regions, so they don't matter. But navigation obstacle. And we're just gonna put that right down there. Oops. I messed it all up. Let's try again. And then add it to navigation. Rebake. Hold on. This has to say affect navigation mesh, and then now rebake. Boom. Look at that. Beautiful. See how that works pretty well? Oh yeah, final thing I wanted to do is just put some windows on the walls over here. And I think that's literally everything. Any other decorations I want to put down? Not that I can think of. Yeah, we're good. Okay, so we got another room. Let's call this Caligo Fishing. Let's go into our loot table. Caligo. And I think what I did for the other ones too, like this one, the fishing room. Yeah, I set to false so there can only be one fish room per dungeon, which I think is probably a good idea. I just don't want there to be like 5 fishing rooms or something stupid. So rooms like that, where it's like very special, I tend to make them not repeat. Yeah, that should be good. I'm gonna set the drop rate super high, so to make sure that... I guess I could do that, just to like be very, very sure that you do actually get one per dungeon. I don't know, might just keep it at like 10 or something. Yeah, we should be mostly good to go. We already have as many rooms in now as Tephra has, so, you know, we're on the right track. I'd like ideally to even expand out Tephra more this update, but we'll see if we really get time for that. Also, let's go get the script. So special room fishing. I'm gonna add it onto here, call it... I don't know what the other one was. I think I just do special. Let's go look. Fish. Yeah, it's called special. So this will grab everything on the spawnable layer, generate our decorations, and it's going to create a fish. So, it should work pretty well. Let's load up the game and see if we can get one of these spawning. Just want to make sure the fish are all spawning correctly, but I think they should. Oh yeah, also I need to open up my eye drop timer. Eyes are definitely feeling better today, but I need to keep going with it. We'll do one eye drop right now. I need to get more eye drops. I'm running low. Okay. Let's go to Calico. One of these rooms around here should be good. Yeah, here we go. Fishing room. So if we go in here, you can see the fish do spawn. They're brighter than the oil is. I'm not sure if that's what I want. I mean, I don't mind it. I think it's neat. So I think it'll work out. I don't have a fishing rod, unfortunately, so I gotta TP out of here really quick. Go back to the space hub. Why do I need eye drops? Just because my eyes are dry. It's not like a medical thing. They're not medicated eye drops or anything, but they're just nice to use. Honestly, that's the reason. So. I think it's because it's like winter time and you know, it's been getting very dry. The place I live in is just naturally a dry climate, so sometimes it can irritate my eyes a little bit. But it's nothing eye drops can't handle. I did get a face mask, so that should hopefully... Because also another reason is I have my fan blowing at my face at night, and I think it's drying my eyes out. But I got a face mask I'm gonna wear. That'll block my eyes from the fan. So I think that'll help a lot, too. I did also get LASIK surgery last year, and that can cause dry eye. So I'm sure it's somewhat contributing to it also. But it's definitely like my eyes have almost completely healed up from that, but some nerve growth though can take a couple years to fully like come back to how it was before, so I imagine they still have a little ways to go before my eyes will hydrate themselves as before. Alright, so here's this room. It's got the decorations. We can catch a fish. Oh, it's a big fish. Nothing I can't handle. Did you guys forget that I'm frickin' cracked? What did I say? Dude, I'm like, I'm moving it too fast because I'm used to the big fish. Okay. Yo, I got a processor, guys. Okay. The catch text. Oh, the name of the fish in there isn't translated. That might have to do with the way I do the rich text label. Cheat. No, but I didn't cheat the fishing minigame. That was real. Yeah, I can fix that. Let's go into where that is. I think it's in the... item pickup indicator is the same thing. So right here, or actually, I think it should be translated now. That might have been something that we fixed. Unless I'm specifically setting override text. For the fish. Let me see if that's what it is. Because that might actually be something. Show item indicator. message. Yeah, right here. This is what it is. So I can just say right there, TR item name, and now it should be translated. I think that's the only spot I do it. So yeah, that should be fixed now. So Blazars, welcome in. Bob. This room is not connected to nothing. It just doesn't have connections down there. It's because I'm cheating and going to rooms in a weird order that I'm not supposed to. Because sometimes if you like teleport, I started here, right? So normally you would have to go to this room first and then go in this door down to this room, and it's fine that way. But when you just skip over to here and then just go through here directly, it doesn't like count that you've been to this room here. So it just like doesn't connect it to that one. It doesn't ever happen in normal gameplay. It's just a artifact of cheating. I don't really care. Maybe one day I'll fix it, but didn't cast far enough. Oh wait, I have to change my language. Hold on. Okay. I don't know if Chinese is gonna have the translation key for this one, but we'll see. Okay. Apparently that means blue tang in Chinese. So yeah, we're good. Change to Brazilian? I can do that. Dia 1176. Is the boss in? Yeah, I can show you what the boss has got going on. I still need to go through with the boss and add in like sounds and stuff, but we should be mostly good to go with that guy. We got a Bai Xiao. Agua. Baiacu? Or I don't mean Brazilian. Portuguese. Brazilian Portuguese. Yeah. Anyways. Let's go to the boss room. Oh, there's a chest room. Right. Epic. 2 ice amulets. Crazy. Nice pronunciation. Yeah, the second time. Not the first time. So here's the boss. Let's get out of God mode. But he launches these bombs around. He also periodically spawns in enemies like this. So he's more of like a... How do I describe it? Not like a boss that necessarily is out to like get you and chases you around and stuff. But more of like a passive boss where he stays stationary unless you actually get close to him. And he does a lot of like support attacks. You know, so spawning in enemies and the bombs and stuff. So he's just sort of a different, it's just a different battle fighting this guy compared to the other guys, which is good. I did that on purpose because I want there to be more variety in terms of how the boss fights actually go, so I think this will be good. He does spawn quite a few tanks. I might have to make him not do that. I think I need to make him use the regular loot table of Caligo's enemy spawning. Yeah, this boss should be quite a bit trickier, I think, because not only are you dealing with the bombs and the guys walking around, he also does his like laser thing, so it's going to be a pretty crazy fight. For this, you definitely want to bring in some food items that give you different effects. You know, strength would definitely be helpful for this. I imagine also like speed. So... I got that Moonlord laser, yeah. Yeah, you gotta look out for the laser. No! Almost didn't make it. I'm not taking damage right now because I'm in creative mode. It's not that I'm gaming hard, I'm just, you know. Kill him. I need to make him kill all his minions when he dies, because it would suck if you just beat the boss, but then all of the minions are still attacking you after he's dead already. Like, I don't know, it just feels unfair to the player, so I definitely want to fix that. So we'll be doing that. Yeah, I think it could be a pretty fun boss fight. I hope. It'll definitely be more of a challenge. I do need to draw the actual door for the boss doors, so. Bomb indicator should flash white for a moment before going off. Yeah, it's fair. Right now, they just, yeah, flash red. Yeah, it might be a little tricky, I guess, if they're flashing red on top of a red background. I'll have to see. Maybe I could change that to be more of like a white color. Not sure yet. Might actually be a good idea to clear out the decorations in this arena so you don't, like, kill yourself by accident. Here, let's snooze that ad. Anyways, but yeah, boss is in the game, which is really good, because that's, like, a huge part of a content update like this, so it's just nice to know that it's, like, working and functional already, so I don't have to worry about, like, doing that last minute, so... because they're there for a bit before going off, there's no other indication of how close it is to going off. Yeah, that's totally fair. Yeah, I could make it start going white like at the last second of its thing. Maybe that could be a good idea. Yeah, this dungeon's definitely coming along. I think it'll be cool once it's all said and done. Just need more artifacts and like weapon parts, I think is the biggest thing that it's missing. I do want to add in more rooms, of course, more room types. I'd love to add in a puzzle room. That would be pretty nice. But I have to think about what kind of puzzle I want to do. I want a different puzzle for every single dungeon that gets added, so... I don't want to just do another number puzzle. The number puzzle's cool, but I think it's like... yeah, I'm gonna keep that in the Enceladus zone. So yeah, we gotta think of what we're gonna do. If anybody has ideas for puzzles, let me know. But there's a couple I've been thinking about. There's that one that's like the light puzzle, where you have to press the lights in the correct like order in order to make the whole grid light up. So that could be kind of fun, maybe. I just want a bunch of little sort of mini games like that people can do. Also, that was funny. How I go like in front of it there. I thought I set the depth rating on that low. Let's go check that. Or is that just baked into the sprite? Oh, it is. Interesting. I don't know why I thought that was a good idea. I'll have to fix that. Mirror puzzle? Yeah, maybe. I don't want to work on anything that's too hard. I mean, obviously I want the puzzle to be not hard as in hard for the player, but just hard to implement. Mirrors are definitely really cool, but it might be like hard to get that working well before release time, so I'm not sure. The one I'm thinking of is like, yeah, these things, the light up puzzles. I don't know why this website is. But you see how it's sort of like, not the exact same as this, but it's not like this. It's the other version of this. It's like, what do you call it? I can just draw out how it works. So basically you just have like a grid of lights, right? Like this. And they all start on or off in a random pattern. So like each time you click a light, it basically just flips the lights around it. So it starts like that. Yeah, it's the one that like swaps the light. And then if you hit like that one, then these ones go dark, you know? So it's a case of like figuring out the right like pattern in which to press all of the lights. I think something like that could be fun. It would be really easy to implement because I just do like a check around that light that was just changed and say, are the other ones on or what? And then do whatever. So it'd be really easy to implement, I think. So that's what I would like to do. But yeah. So we'll probably do that. I think it's something I could get implemented fast enough. So yeah, it's the 15th. I want to get the update up sometime around, you know, the 19th-ish. I don't have an ultra-specific date on that, but I imagine once we hit the 19th, then we're going to be really trying to wrap things up and get it ready. It's the 15th. It's on my clock right now. That might be the 16th for other people, depending on your time zone. But I'm talking relative to mine. I live in the underworld. Australia? Or what? Yeah, I mean, honestly, we could work on the light puzzle right now. I feel like that'd be kind of a fun thing to do. Oh, well, yeah, then you're like a bunch of hours ahead of me. You're probably like 20 hours ahead of me then or something. Basically on opposite sides of the world. Let's see here. Yeah, let's do a funny little puzzle. Let's do a little puzzle room, guys. I want to do some more interesting rooms. So let's go ahead and copy room 1. We'll call it Caligo Light Puzzle. What is that? Like, I know it's got a name. Puzzle where you flip lights on and off. Oh, lights out puzzle. This is the one that I'm talking about. So it starts with just like a random pattern, right? And then you have to like strategically click these things around to turn everything on. So you guys know what I'm talking about. I kind of always really suck at these puzzles, so I don't know if I'm actually gonna be able to finish it. We'll see. I think it's really easy to program, not so easy for me to beat. Oh, I beat it. That's fine. Epic. I come from the future. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, I think we could do like a 5x5. I don't want it to be way too complicated to beat. A 5x5 seems good because you get this like, it's like an odd number, right? So it's weird how like everything kind of interacts, which is good. So yeah, we'll probably do that. So we'll call this Caligo Lights Out Puzzle. Okay, hide both those layers. All right. So we're gonna create some objects here. Let's go ahead and just create a sprite for this. Should be pretty easy. Hex to start. Welcome, man. How's it going? A 2x2? I don't think that would don't think that'd work out very well. Alright, so we're gonna have this here. Oops. And we have to have an on and off state, so let's go ahead and have this. Off would be 0, so we can actually just convert that to a binary, true or false, so we can do like that. I think I want to do like the lights sort of set in, maybe like that. Sprite sheet puzzles. Lights out puzzle, whatever. There might be multiple names for this puzzle. I'm not really sure, to be honest. But yeah, I think it'll be fun. I do want more puzzles in Starground. The puzzles in Starground aren't necessarily designed to be, like, very difficult. But it's just a little, like, just a little reward that makes you feel smart. So it's not like I really want to put something into the game that's, like, impossible to figure out. I just want it to be, like, if you spend a little bit of time and pay attention to your environment, it pays off, right? So might actually then delete these. I think it's just something like that. We could do a math puzzle too. That's another option. We could always... I would like to throw a puzzle into a Tephra at some point too, so maybe we could do something like that. We'll have to see. Ooh, this is lights out. Lights out. Tile. Now, I think I saw something interesting in here with the Sprite 2D node, where you can actually... It has an animation field. I don't know what that's all about, but I think that'll allow us to just say that we have 2 frames, and now we can choose the frame that it's on. So it's actually pretty epic. So we're going to create a new static body. We'll make this on layer 3. Call it a lights out tile. Give it a script. Give this a collision shape because people need to be able to right click on this. A rectangle. Just like so. And it's on layer 3, so it should be interactable. Then we're going to say function, interact, RPC, call local, I think is what we want. Let me go see what we need for this. Because the player, there's a script inside of the player that checks for this stuff. So we got ads going on, my apologies. Interact range, can interact. Where is it? Here, process object interaction. That's what we want. I think I just do a check where it's like if it has the function interact. Exclusive interact. I don't know if it has to be classified as a building for that to work. We'll figure that out, but... And I'm pretty sure it's always an RPC. Yeah. Then we're gonna have a var on as a bool, which will be false. FNAF 2 this December? That's pretty crazy. I didn't realize it was that close. And here we'll say on is equal to the opposite of on. And then we're going to say sprite 2d dot frame is equal to int on. That should work. So all that's going to let us do is just toggle them on and off. Should be pretty easy. I'm going to save this as a node, lights out tile. And we're just going to duplicate this a bunch. So you don't want to just automatically generate this? Probably. It's going to be a 5x5, so... we're going to make a new script for this. So we'll extend... actually, let's get rid of that script for now. Yeah, you know, I'll just hard bake it. It'll be fine. Because I realize for like multiplayer stuff, it's going to be better for this to just exist. So I don't have to make it like spawn in. You'll see. I'm just going to go ahead and create a Node 2D to store all these. Call them tiles. Oops, put them in there. We're going to offset them by 16. We're going to offset these ones by 32. Just trying to think if this is the best. I mean, I would like to generate these automatically, but I have to do like a spawner. I have to put them into the spawner list probably. Well, let's do that because this is a little ridiculous. Let's just put dungeon room back onto this. Whatever you call it. Room.gd. Ads are over. Sorry about that, guys. And call this puzzle. Yeah, I guess we will have a script for this. It'll extend dungeon room. So function ready, call super. Except I don't want this to generate enemies, so we're gonna say we do that in other places in here. I guess we just overlap on creation. So we're just gonna do that. So we will generate decorations, but we're not gonna generate obstacles or enemies. And now we're gonna say for I in range. This will be for X. For Y in range. And I need like a grid essentially. We'll say var tile grid. Let's type dictionary. Yeah, I guess this will be the way to do it. And then for I in range 5 on these. I'm gonna preload this just so it's fast. I'm gonna say lights out tile. Instantiate. Oh. Redeem cheese time? Why didn't it work? That's really odd. Didn't say that you redeemed it on the overlay. Ooh. That's really strange. Let me try redeeming it. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Uh-oh. Let me see what's going on in here. It's really weird. I've never had it not work before. Those are the commands. I should have the event reward here. I'll just say on here print data. Yeah, go ahead and refund while I figure this out. That's so weird. It's just not... It's like it didn't connect to Twitch. Let's just relaunch the overlay. I think there was a connection issue or something. Really weird. Hopefully this works now. Yeah, it didn't say in there that... Well, it did say ad started. Yeah, I don't know what happened. Could have been just some weird thing where Twitch freaked out. I don't know. Yeah, and all the streams we've done, I've never had it just not, like, connect. That's really weird. Let's see if it works now. Yeah, now it's fine. I don't know what's up with that. Really odd. Well, did anybody else redeem anything today? I don't think so. Yeah, I think we're okay. So, weird. I guess we're fine now, though. I'm also going to say tile that add to group, dungeon region. Now we can say tile dot whatever we want. So we're going to set a coordinate. I don't know why it's not opening. Oh, I'm just pressing the wrong thing. So we're going to have our chord on this, and it's going to be a vector 2i. Save that, go back into here. We're going to say tile.chord is equal to vector 2i, x, y. And for y int, we're going to set its position. So tile.global position is equal to the room's global position. Let's see. Minus. So it's 0, 1, 2. So we're going to say minus vector 2, 32, 32. Plus vector 2, xy time. Or no, yeah. Plus that times 16. Hopefully that works. So we're going to add it. Then we're going to say tile dot. Or no, we already set that. Hopefully that all works. Then this tile is going to have a synchronizer node that will sync its position. That should be the only thing that we need. Set it to never. We also need to sync its coordinate. So let's say export bar coordinate. Save that. Boom. That'll be also a never. I do think I have to say add child after all this stuff. Let's see how that works out. I'm also going to say tile.owner is equal to self. So we can reference all that stuff. Hopefully, this will all work out. So, for our tile, whenever we turn it on or off, what we're going to do is set this one to be opposite of what it is. Now we're also going to say, for I in dirs, right? Let's say var dirs is equal to this. Vector 2i. So we're just going to start left. Right. Up. Down. So this is just going to get all the surrounding tiles. So if chord plus I, we say owner dot chords dot has chord plus I, we're actually gonna get it. I don't know if it's called that. It might just be called like a tile grid. Now we're going to say tile grid dot push back. The key, or not push back. Vector 2i is xy is equal to tile. Back into here. If owner dot tile grid dot get chord I. So that's gonna be var neighbor. If neighbor exists, then we say neighbor dot toggle or whatever. So we're gonna have a new function called function toggle. So we'll call toggle on ourself, and then we say neighbor.toggle also. So that should work, hopefully. Let's make sure that our frame starts at 0. Yes, it does. I think we should be good. This should definitely work on single player. I don't know if it's going to work on multiplayer quite yet, but we'll figure that out. And let's go into the loot table now and make it spawn. Lights out puzzle. Let's set it like extremely high, just for now. Also doesn't duplicate. Alrighty, let's go try it out. See what happens. Don't know if anything will work, if I'll even be able to interact with it, we'll see. But curious to see what happens. Ugh. Ayo. Thank you very much, Rooster Bagel, for buying the game. I appreciate it. What's a good amount of water for a world? I feel like the default amounts are pretty, like, I've sort of tweaked the defaults to be sort of what I think is probably like the best balance between everything. But it just depends on what you want. Like, if you want sort of a challenge, I would have more water. If you want the game to be easier, I would do less water so that you just have a bigger, more flat world to build on. So it's totally up to you, but yeah, that would be what that would change, really. Okay. Let's go to Caligo. 0.95 water. That's a lot of water. And where has this room generated? Oh yeah, I won't be able to know like which one it is, I think, until I actually go there, because it has the same visual appearance of the other rooms, so it might be like this room. Just for testing, I'm gonna make it look different. We will change it up for sure, but it's really hard for me to know which one is which. So let's just put some stuff on here, just so I know. Let's just put some dots like that. Okay, let's try this again. Big boy games. Let's go on to Caligo. And I should be able to spot it pretty easily now, hopefully. Where is it? I don't think it generated one? Hold on, let's look at our loot table. Should have. I might have accidentally been spawning in the same... No. Lights out puzzle. That's really odd. Just put some crap in here so I can tell. It's weird. Definitely should have spawned one with that high of a... I mean, I might have just gotten incredibly unlucky, I guess. It's possible. Alright, let's go see. It better have spawned. What is the deal? It's not spawning. I don't know what's going on here. Salute Caligo. I have that as a really high weight, so it should be spawning. Since dungeon, Caligo lights out puzzle. The fish room is spawning. It's really weird. Why would it not spawn? Oh, it's because I'm stupid and didn't assign doors, so it was like saying, well, I guess this room has no doors, so we can't spawn it. Okay. That should fix that now. Hey, Nick Jack, welcome in. How's it going? What's going on? What have you been up to? Pretty good. I'm doing good. Yeah, we're just working on I'm adding in a new puzzle room to Starground right now for the new update. It's going good. I just fixed an issue. We're gonna test and see if this works now. Not much. Some school work, family stuff. Yeah. I feel it. Okay, definitely should have spawned in now. And if it didn't spawn in, I'll kill. Okay, it's over here. Alright, so check this out. So now you can click on these. Oh, it's not happy. That's okay. It's because apparently owner is invalid. Tile grid. I might have just used the wrong tile grid. I say tile.owner is self, so it should be okay. Oh, right. You have to say owner after you add it as a child because it reparents the owner. So let's do that. Filler episode. Yeah, every day of my life too. Real guys. Now, I had a lot of stuff today, actually. Hence the reason I was a little late to stream. I do apologize about that. Yeah, it's been pretty crazy. I had a big, like, family lunch. My brother bought a car. All sorts of stuff. So... Today isn't filler, yeah. That's true, that's true. But I don't know if every episode is game dev episode, then they're all filler. No, I don't know. Alright, let's see. No. I don't know why this is not setting properly. Owner.tilegrid. So it's that owner is just not valid. I say add child and then tile.owner. Could be throwing an error in here. Owner must be an ancestor in the tree. So I can't set it as owner. That's no big deal. I'm just going to set it to... I'm actually just going to set the tile coordinate grid. Because since dictionaries are whatever you call that, a static data type or dynamic data type, I can just give it the same reference and we should be good. So I don't even really need this up here then. We can just save our tile grid. Like this can just be a temporary variable. Yeah, that should be good. So back into this now. We're gonna say grid, dictionary. All right. I should be able to just access that now. Just say grid. Let's try this again. Hopefully, guys, it works. I hope. Ooh, blah, 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 blah. I also need to get this puzzle hooked up to that secret achievement, so... I kind of like this puzzle just having no, like... I think almost practically everybody will instantly understand how to do the puzzle, so... I'm not going to have any, like, instructions, basically. It's just going to be a grid that you find that's like, oh, wonder how this works, you know? Whoa, guys, it's working. Whoa. Okay, so let's see if we can solve it. Oh, man. I solved the other one. I gotta be able to solve this one, guys. I'm sure there's, like, a strategy to solving these that's really easy. It's probably just a case of, like, getting everything down to the corner over here. Or something like that. I'm close. But not that close. Oh, my empire. Are all starting tile combos actually possible with this kind of puzzle? Oh, you mean like if... I think they are. I think there's always a way to make this work. You just have to do it in a really specific order. I don't think this kind of puzzle can actually not be solvable, so... Here, let's look up. There's a guide. Literally right here. Fairly easy method. Pattern lookup. Click on any cell twice. Use a method called chase the lights. Okay, so let's try to attempt this. Starting with the second row, click every cell that has a light on in the row above it. Okay, so that one and that one. Turn off all the lights in that row. Continue with each successive row until the only remaining lights are in the final row. Okay. I use the lookup table and find the pattern of lights. So we've got 1, 2, 1. Oh, I'm trying to find it. I don't see it here. Here, I need to like I need to like reset the puzzle. Let's see if we can get these back down. There we go. No, it's possible, I promise. Okay, so we got 2, 2, bop 1. Okay, so in that case, we just click there. Now we have 3, 3, 3, 1 off, 1 on. It doesn't really... But I imagine I click on that one. Now we have 1 there. It's definitely possible. I'm just stupid. I don't know the strat. I mean, look, we're down to 1. Come on. Okay, what if I have all lights on? Okay, let's hold up. Let's go back to where we were down here. Shoot. Come on. I know it's possible, guys. It's just annoying. Okay, anyways, this is what we have. So what do we do if every single light is lit up? Okay, here. Let's restart. I'll figure it out. I want to know how to do it so I can make sure it's actually achievable. I mean, I'm sure that it is. So. Hey, Satellix, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. How's it going? What's going on? Yeah, welcome in. What were you working on today on your stream? I said that weird. What were you working on today in your stream? Okay, let me read this again. How am I supposed to... I'm already cooked, guys. Maybe it is impossible. Is it? All valid lights out puzzles. Okay. Because I'm trying to follow this like guide, and I think it's just not working. So I think we might need to figure out some valid light puzzle patterns. Because you can see there's only a couple patterns in this game. Every time I refresh, you can see them right there, right? Yeah, it's not always solvable. Interesting. Okay. It's doing a lot of small UI fixes, wiring up the ability for the player to kill attackers. Oh, nice. Get exhausted fighting them off. That's cool stuff. It's a good time. I think my game is, yeah, almost there. Just need some sounds and music and maybe demo prep. That's awesome. Cool. Do you have a Steam page up for that already and stuff? Or are you going to do like a itch demo first? Yeah, that's really cool. Yeah, I hope you're doing well. Started Raid and Run. Oh yeah, no, it's all good. Hope you have some wonderful progress today. Yeah. Oh yeah, itch demo, first measure interest. Cool. Yeah, no, that's a good way to do it. I would definitely say so. All right. Well, thank you so much for the raid. Thanks for coming in. Have a good rest of your day. Just gonna invest the hundo to Steam side without knowing if people find fun. Yeah, I totally get that. No, it's a big big price, big lump you have to put into it. But yeah. Thanks again for the raid. I do appreciate it. So yeah, we have to figure out which ones are actually valid. Let's look at the Wikipedia here. Stealth action with the horror strife through it story-wise. Let's go. Yeah, I'm definitely excited to check that out. Yeah, use linear algebra to prove not all configurations are solvable. And also to prove there are exactly 4 winning scenarios. Whoa. Yeah, light chasing is the easiest one. Okay. It is solvable in any undirected graph where clicking on one vertex flips its values and its neighbors. More generally, if the action matrix is symmetric, the diagonal is always solvable. That's to figure out if it's solvable. I mean, honestly, I wouldn't be opposed to just copying the ones on here because I know that all of these are going to be solvable. Any of these patterns in here, right? So I think we'll probably just do that. Just get a couple basic patterns in here that can randomly generate. Because I don't want to give somebody a puzzle that's impossible. And I don't really want to set up code to figure out if it's possible or not. It just seems like a lot easier to... I mean, unless this guy... let's just skip ahead. I think when you click start, it has to... One of these has to be lit up. Let's see. Whoa. Let's see, does he hit start right here? Yeah, he hits start. And then it generates one. Okay, so we're just gonna copy these ones. They probably have the algorithm to actually generate them, but I don't want to mess with that. We're just gonna have a list of valid. We'll go ahead in here and say, go back to here, valid starts. It's gonna be quite annoying because I'm gonna have a bunch of data here for these, which is quite unfortunate. Yeah, I just wish I knew how to generate if there's like an easier way to do it. It's like I doubt this one is possible. What? And this one's probably fine here. Let's reset it. You can see like it's always generating. I feel like there's probably like an easy way to do it, but let's look it up. Lights out generation. For every n by n case. Am I just like stupid and it is solvable, you know? Like maybe it is and I'm just wrong. But I don't know. Is lights out always solvable? Yeah, like impossible boards, so this one's unsolvable. Yeah, unsolvable boards. Completely solvable if the matrix has no null space. What if you generate a blank grid and press a few random tiles instantly, which ensures it's always possible? Yeah, I mean, that's probably what I'll do, but I need to make sure that it's actually, like, I'm doing it right. I'm not sure. As far as there's a solution, there are many. Maximum nullity. Okay. So this is how you do the cascading thing. Interesting. There's so much more to this, I realize. I thought this was a simple thing. But yeah, see, there's like nullity. Whatever the frick that really means. I just want to know how to make sure that it's always solvable. I don't know. We can try just giving it a try. Doing the cascading method properly, because that was stupid. So let's go to here. Yeah, some board widths are surprisingly solvable / unsolvable. Boards of size 10 times 31 and -1 are all unsolvable. So is it just that a 5x5 is only solvable for very specific patterns? Like maybe we should just do a 4x4. Like press a few random tiles via code and swap neighboring ones as if the player pressed a tile from a blank grid. So what does make it possible according to something red? Okay. But why would, if it's solvable, then in that case, why would I even need to do that, right? Because shouldn't a player be able to just solve it from a blank grid then? So let's just treat these ones as being lit up in this cascading method. So let's try and get all of these lit up. Okay. There's not really... Yeah, I mean, I'll probably do some random presses, but I just want to make sure that an empty board is actually solvable. I'm trying to figure out if it is, right? That's the problem, I guess. Let's look at this cascading method again. I already forget how to do it. So I want to do one in every spot where there's a light above it. Okay, let's just go back to random. So starting with the second row, click on every cell that has a light in the row above it. Okay. And then continue until you only have the final lights. Okay, so we got these final lights. Now I want to go top row clicks. Like that. And then we just continue cascading again. Okay, so you can get it back to being empty. Yeah, since it's solvable from... Yeah, it would be the same. I could definitely do that for sure. I'm just trying to think. I want to get all of them lit up. I just want to prove that it's possible. Right? Just to make sure. So how would we treat this then? So, I mean, that worked for making everything off. But I need to do the inverse. So like, let's just simulate doing a random couple presses, right? So I want to do any one that has a dark tile above it, right? That's what I really want to do. And then if these last two are like that, and then the top row clicks, we're going to go boom, boom. And now anything that has dark above it. Yeah, okay, so it is solvable. It's just like, you gotta follow the algorithm to do it. Otherwise, it's gonna be really hard. It seemed impossible to solve, but it's not. So it is solvable from a blank board. So we should be good to go. Well, I mean, once you learn, if you do some research on the way to do the cascading method, it's pretty easy. Yeah, the cascading there is if you want it all off, so you just have to do like... So here, if we had a random board again, right? Let's just go... Random board. If there's any light above, you start in the second row, and you click all the ones that have a dark light. So these are all lit up. Now you go to the next row here. Those are all lit up. Now this one here. Those are all lit up. Now you do these two. So if you end up with 3 at the bottom, then on the top row, you click this one. Now we click that one, 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 and that one. So it's totally solvable. It's very interesting. It seems almost impossible, but then when you actually read this thing, it's like not really that hard. And there's this little lookup table. I don't know like how this lookup table is created or like, you know, what this really means, I guess. But yeah, we should be able to just randomly click it then. So we're gonna say after we've generated all of the tiles, we're just gonna pick a few random ones to click. We're gonna say var tiles is just an array. And we're gonna say tiles dot pushback tile. Now we're gonna say for I in range 5 times, we're gonna say tiles equal tiles dot pick random and tile dot toggle. So that should be it right there. Now if we go back into here, that's just gonna randomly go through here and toggle a couple of these. Well, actually, we need to do interact here. So we need to say function interact. Now we're going to do that up in here. All right, so let's try that. And that should give us a more interesting starting board now. Just gotta wait for it to load back up. Go find another one again. And let's see if I can solve it without... Well, I need this pattern lookup to know which one to press on the top after, so... I just don't know, like, what... I'm trying to figure out if there's some kind of pattern to it. I think there is, but it's really weird. I don't know. I guess you could just memorize that pattern lookup, and then it's not a big deal. Okay, where did it generate? Looks like down. Okay, so we got a random board that we start with, right? So now we're just gonna say anywhere where it's dark. So boom, 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 boom. So thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Boom, boom, boom. So we start with, we get those two. We're gonna click these top two. And then we just go through it again. Yeah, the cascading method is pretty easy. It doesn't always, like, result in the fewest amount of clicks, but it does always work. It does always solve it. I guess the one thing we could do to get around the cascading method is to just, you know, limit the number of clicks, but that seems very, very unfair, and I don't want it to be too hard. So we're just gonna leave it how it is. Yeah, Jerv Norsk, welcome in. How's it going? Yeah, I don't think there's really that many unsolvable patterns if you start with a blank. I think a blank board is always solvable, luckily. It probably depends on the size of the board and stuff. Like, I wonder if that could apply to a board that's like, I don't know, larger and stuff. I'll have to see. Thanks, I'm working on Godot too. That's awesome, nice. So yeah, I think we're good to go then. We can fix up this room and, yeah, 100 by 100. It would take a really long time to solve, but we'd probably do it. All right, let's modify this room now. And let's get rid of all these random tiles I put in here. Okay, so we're gonna have a 5x5 in the center here. So we could do like so how do I want to do this? I want to have the chest that you unlock above it up here. So we're gonna add in basically the same thing that we have in the challenge room. This chest right here. And that is in challenge pedestal. It is the challenge chest. So back into here, we're gonna paste that guy in. This chest will stay locked until it's time. Shouldn't have any weird ordering stuff going on. Let's go minus 64. Probably somewhere right around there. I'm gonna put just a temporary color rect in here so I can see like where this is relative to everything else. So it's gonna be 5 times 16. Oops. Which is 80. And then position is gonna be minus 40. Yeah, right here. Okay, so that's almost a pretty good position for this chest. I think I'll go up maybe minus 1 more tile. Maybe actually push it down 8 tiles like that. So it should be pretty obvious, but as soon as you solve the puzzle, this thing unlocks, so that's basically it. And I might even make this room, like, smaller, just for fun. So let's just build it over to there. Then let's just get this all set up, and I think we can go ahead and move on over to Maze Game in just a minute here. I'm honestly surprised that it does work. I genuinely thought it was impossible to beat from a blank board. So it's very interesting. Can I build platforms on the water? Yeah, eventually if you go to Tyria, you can unlock terrain modification, which lets you edit tiles. So you can dig up other tiles and place down new ones and stuff. Kind of like if anybody's played, I haven't, but I think in Animal Crossing New Horizons, there's like a terrain editing thing that you unlock, where you can just completely reshape the entire island. So Forge has that too? Oh yeah, it does, I forgot. It's been a long time since I've played Forager. Maybe one day I'll play it again. Alrighty, put the oil back down. Yeah, Forager does have those. I initially thought I was gonna do that. But honestly, it gets kind of complicated with like placing down buildings and stuff when you do that with like the little land tile thing. So I decided against it and ended up just adding in full-on terrain modification. I think it is a neat mechanic. It could work for some kinds of games, but I wanted more like how Factorio handles, you know, landfill versus just having little floaties on everything. Because it's weird to have like two buildings technically on the same like position, if that makes sense. It's just weird. So maybe we'll be quirky and have some little funny like carpet extrusions. I just feel like it. Maybe it looks kind of like a puzzle piece, you know? I might put some other quirky tiles in here. We might do like a, what's the word? Some braziers, perhaps. Let's see, we need these guys, these ones. Put those guys onto there. That guy, that guy. You're not that guy. Whoa. Alright, now let's fix all this stupid stuff. So first off, spawnable. Again, don't think any enemies will ever spawn here, but you never know. You might wake up one day and find yourself with some enemies spawning in your puzzle room, so you gotta make sure that you do it. Let's give it a larger, since it's a decently sized area. Alrighty, we got the spawnables. Now it's time for the breakables. I don't want those spawning out of the map. That would be a little silly. Let's see. Boom, boom. It's interesting how those two sides are different. That one's just 2, and then this one's like 3. So I guess I accidentally did more on this side. I mean, I can fix it pretty easy, I think. I think I can just grab this chunk, both of these chunks, or this one first, and then go bop bop. I love ruining everything. Okay. Make the Discord real quick. Let's see. Doing more in my Discord. What is this? And use those commands. How does that work? That seems a little scary. Seems like a security risk. Send the GIF a message. Oh, it changes. Oh, I bet it's like, is it forcing a specific frame to be displayed on the GIF or something like that? Because that would make sense. Can't see anything. Get this navigation region out of here. Ah, I can see. Alright, that's looking mostly good there. Let's fix all the other stuff now. These. Boom, boom, boom. Was it 3 over here? I don't know what the difference is here. I feel like something's like wrong. It's that these aren't lined up the same way. How far is this side? Let me do some measurements. That's 8. Or from the center, it's 11. And from the center here, it is 11. So I just need to move... I just need to move these over by 1, don't I? Yeah. Very odd. A little bit quirky, if you ask me. Command is the GIF text that... Oh, okay. It changed what the GIF is. Interesting. Fascinating. Those guys in. Okay, I think that is symmetrical now. Yeah, looks like it is. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. All right, anyways, continuing on. Let's fix the spawnables layer. Because that's still a little messed up. Needs to go into here. Okay, spawnables is good. Breakables is not good. We gotta fix that. Okay, now it's all nice and lovely and symmetrical. So we're going to do that. Fill in the corners here. Maybe I have like 2 little spots in here or something. Maybe like that. Looks pretty good. Alrighty. We got to fix all the pipes. Most of them are okay, but there's like some on the sides that are a little funny. Like this guy. I love fixing pipes, guys. It's what I do all day long. That's my job at Big Boy Games, is fixing pipes. Say, I'm new to game dev, trying to work on it in my spare time as a hobby. Do you have any tips in the realms of balancing? Yeah. Nice mustache. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Yeah, balancing can definitely be hard. I think, honestly, more so than anything that you can do personally, honestly, playtesting is really kind of the secret to balancing, I think. Like, just letting people play your game and just genuinely, like, be like, hey, I think this thing is too easy or too hard. Like, that, to me, is the ultimate way to balance a game. I definitely recommend doing playtesting super early like that, because it's just going to result in a much more fun experience for people. You can, like, really observe how, you know, sessions go and see what needs to change and what went wrong or whatever. So that's the biggest thing I would say in just all the games I've ever made. That's always been the most helpful for balancing. Yeah, I would definitely, like, I think it's just, yeah, balancing is always hard because it takes so much time to, like, test. It really is important to just kind of load up the game and actually just play it and see how things feel. I would always say, just as general kind of rules of thumb, I think, like, you shouldn't... The challenges the players face should always kind of scale up with their skill / like upgrade level or whatever, if that's the kind of game that you're doing. But you don't want to end up with a scenario where the game just kind of becomes pointless to play. There's a lot of games that kind of happens with, like the difficulty ramp of your power and also the difficulty of the game should both, like, scale up at the same rate. And then you can kind of sprinkle in a little bit of randomness, and I think that's what spices things up, so players can kind of choose to challenge or take it easy. So, like, for example, something that could do that is, like, this is your normal curve of difficulty. Maybe there's a boss that a player could battle at this point of the game, you know, and that would kind of make things easy. Or maybe there's, like, a shopkeeper where you can buy. Like, I think it's good to have those little dips and changes in your difficulty curve just so that players aren't locked into having to constantly get better at the game, you know, 24/7. But Yeah, hopefully that makes sense. Yeah, it's definitely tricky. It's a lot of like, there's so many different factors that go into it. It depends on the type of game you're making and the genre and everything. So it's one of those things where I think it's just really important, yeah, to just play it and experiment and see what works. So, yeah, I think the big thing is like, make sure people always have decisions that they get to make. Decisions, I feel like, are what makes games fun. So a lot of the times that's what balancing is all about, I think. Yeah, hopefully that's helpful. Let's get rid of this color rec now. So I think we're mainly good to go here. I could do potentially... No, it wouldn't really work. That's fine. I think this will work out. Wise and mystical advice. Thank you. Alright, so the final thing now. This challenge chest also, this is going to be specifically grabbing from that loot table. I'll probably make it so it grabs from a different loot table at some point. But yeah. So we're going to say set our lock status. So let's go up into this room. And I think we're just going to have a function that's like check valid. And then if valid, we go ahead and set our chest to be unlocked. So we say challenge chest dot set locked dot RPC false, so that it's no longer locked. And what we're gonna do for this is just check if every single tile is lit, right? We're probably gonna hook up a signal to this. Let's see. Oh, we got an ad starting in just a second, so I will answer. I'll talk about your message there right after the ads are over. Do apologize about that. So I guess we do need to have a reference to all the tiles, which is fine. We'll just keep that right there. We'll do all the checking for that on the server, so... so that's just going to be a list of... an array of node 2Ds. Hey, Cankles, welcome in. How's it going? How are you doing? Okay, so that's going to give us a list of tiles. And then this is where we're going to be checking if it's valid. So we're going to say for I in tiles. We'll actually say valid is true. And then if any of those tiles are not on, it instantly stops. So if I.on, then we say valid is false and break. And hopefully that should work. And we'll just check on that whenever tile has changed. Well, let's say var complete up here is false. And then say if not complete, do all that. And then this will say complete is true. And this is where we play a sound and everything. So we're going to go back to our other puzzle room for the success sound. We have that in here, success. We're just going to copy that. That should be good enough. So yeah, we got a whole new puzzle room, which is pretty epic. This one went way faster than the other one, which is, I find, quite interesting. I mean, I think it's just because it's just way easier conceptually and stuff. Right. Alright, success.play. And I have to do that as an RPC. I don't know if I can make play an RPC, honestly. I don't think so. So I'll have another function that's on success. And I'll just call that as an RPC. Alright, so hopefully this all works. I'm just going to run through this in my head. So we got our list of tiles, whether it's complete or not. Okay, on generation, we create all these tiles. This only happens on the server. So we randomly interact with these tiles. And that actually, we have to say, is an RPC, I believe. Yeah, we're going to be working on Maze Game here in just a second, so I just wanted to get this room finished, and then we can move on. So we're going to check every time. We need to connect this up to all of these, so the way we're going to do this is say tile.change.connect to check valid. What I do yesterday, I'll go over that in just a minute. I can show off what we've been working on. Signal rest. So whenever interact happens, I'm going to say press.emit. And we're also going to do that after toggle has been ran. Okay. Interact. We're going to just call exclusive interact on that. Connecting to chat. What just happened? That was really weird. Foolish mundane trail of folly. Why do you and another streamer I follow? Twitch lets you, like, I was trying to do this a couple days ago because I'm running out of time to display the promotions, but in here there's a thing in Twitch. It's like in somewhere in here. It might be in rewards or one of these things. Like, you get to choose when you run a promotion. So I just decided to do one today because I wanted to do it a couple days ago. Or I think it's in here, subscriptions, and then subscription discount promotions. You have this panel. They all expire, all my hours and promotion counts expire at the end of the year. So we're probably going to be doing a lot of sub promotions every couple streams. Because why not? I mean, it doesn't impact anybody. The only thing that it does is just make it cheaper for you guys, so I might as well. Right? But yeah. So we got this exclusive interact. Whoa! Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. That's crazy. Thank you so much, Abra. That's awesome. Round of applause, everybody, for Abra. Thank you very much. Yeah, that's cool stuff. I do appreciate it, Abra. So let's check valid. And then the last thing I forgot here, interact. We're going to change that to exclusive interact RPC. Okay, so that should theoretically all work on multiplayer. There's still some things that I have to put into the spawner node or spawner list and everything, but let's just try it out really quick and see if it works, if this room works, and then we'll move on to Maze Game. Look like we just view body. Yeah. That's funny. Alrighty. Let's continue in. We're just going to go find the puzzle and follow our little algorithm, our little hack, our little secret, and see if it works. I need to pull that page up again. Here it is. Okay, I don't know which side it's on. Let's see. Oh. Unfortunately, I don't see one that's spawned. Let's regenerate the dungeon. It's not always a guaranteed chance, so. Okay, I might have messed it up. Let's... It's unlikely that it's not going to generate twice. Yeah, the things went away again. I hate when that happens. I don't know why that happens all the time, but it shouldn't anymore. Thank you for the speed. Down, left, and right. This should be fine now. Let's try this again. Yeah, to people that don't know the algorithm for how to solve these lights out puzzles, there's this page here that like tells you how to do it. The cascading method. It works really well, actually. It's surprising. It's one of those puzzles where it seems impossible, but if you just kind of click it in the right order, then it's like... I know I'm cheating, but it's fine. This is just for testing. The longer I take, the less time we get from Maze Game, so I don't want to take too long. There we go. So we have one generated up here. You can see I cannot access the chest So let's solve this bad boy, shall we? So we want to do all the ones that are off. Boom, boom. Okay, so we got 3 in the bottom left. We're going to do that. Now we do all the ones that are off. And we solved it. Now we can open the chest. Epic. Actually totally works. New puzzle in Starground, guys. I hope you enjoy. I want to do more puzzle rooms because I think they're just a fun little side thing to do. And then you can keep modifying it after if you want, but it doesn't matter anymore now. Alright, cool. Oh, yeah, you are correct. The achievement connection. Let's just do that really quick. And then we're good. I'll say, hey, K-Mac, welcome in. How's it going? Whoa! Hype train. Crazy. So yeah, let's go connect this up super quick and then we'll move on. So right here, we say on success. This is all we do. We say global. Yeah, global.unlock achievement. I don't want to accidentally say like a bad word or something. I'm trying to pronounce it. Let's look for unlock achievement. This one. Enigmatologist. That's how you say it. Boom. Alright, so we're all connected up now. I think we're frickin' gaming, guys. Also, this has to be an RPC. Almost forgot. Alright, guys. It's time for Maze Game. We're swapping to Maze Game. Here we go. So, I've been working on a whole load of stuff. We worked on some stuff on stream, but then also I worked on some stuff off stream as well. Let's just load up the game and I'll show you what's going on right now. So I worked on getting the shopkeepers working. You can actually like trade with them now, which is cool. So this is the current guy here. He's like a lumberjack guy. I don't have any of the correct items. You can see their trading item is up there, so that's like the proper, that's what he wants for this item. So if I give them this, he's just like, no, and throws it back. So that doesn't work. I need to change what item spawns in here because I want to actually get a I want to get the metal and wood scrap here. So let's go into the world. We have this item here, item 2D. So we're going to change this to metal scrap and we'll duplicate it and also generate some wood scrap. And I just want to make sure I can trade with both of these guys. So let's see. All right. Met up with a buddy I haven't seen in months, so it was a chill day. Nice. Did some painting, miscellaneous stuff. That's cool. Oh, this is in the same... Okay, we're good though. Had to help patch some holes up and stuff. Oh, okay, yeah. Cool. That's awesome. And also Bagel, thank you for the speed. So you can see there's some scrap on the ground here, right? This person's specifically looking for logs, so if I throw this in... it doesn't work. If I throw the log in... gives a big thumbs up, and now he drops down the item that was being traded right there. So now we have a hot dog. Pretty epic. So yeah, trading works. I like how diegetic it is. There's no, like, you just, everything that you need to know is here, is visible on this screen right now, right? The item that he wants, the item that you can trade for, in the window that you can throw your item through. So it's very, I feel like it's pretty immersive. We thought about doing like a list up here of like showing what item trades for what, but I kind of like this whole thing of just traders having like their own specific resource, right? That they want from you, so that if you have that resource on hand, you can choose to trade and it all works out nicely. So yeah. I like it. Yeah. I think it'll work pretty well. And yeah, you can put all these items on your little shelf over here, your scrap and whatnot. And we also set up a collision thing, so you can't put rovers in here anymore. I thought it would be funny to do that, but it just kept causing a lot of, like your rover would just go in there and get stuck, and it was bad. So you don't really want to lose your rover. That would kind of suck. Yeah, just some modeling stuff. I added this little hole up here. That's where the item drops out whenever you make a trade in here. We still need to do sounds and everything for these guys, but it's getting there. But yeah, I also just put this mat down. I think that was after stream. Yeah, it's going pretty good. So, we're gaming, guys. It's pretty much time to just keep working away at gameplay specific stuff. So that's what we're going to be doing. I also did tweak the volume and stuff of the rover sounds here, so I feel like those sound a little bit less annoying now. So that's all working pretty well. Yeah, I think the next like thing is I really want to... Oh no, I activated the funny guy. What is this, a mug? I really want to get like the actual loop kind of functional and working of playing this game, right? So the next step is to add in breakers that can spawn around. Essentially, they're just going to be the way that you can kind of like repower your elevator and or the motor for the elevator, whatever, so that you can descend down to the next level of the maze. So that's what we're going to be kind of focusing on, I think. Hopefully it shouldn't be too bad. Look at this freaking pizza, guys. Freaking pizza. Is there a way to change what you're trading for? There's no way to refresh the trades right now. That was kind of done on purpose because I think it's kind of like a risk-reward type thing where you never really know what the next item this guy is going to be trading is. So, like, there's this item, and you can make that decision of, like, do I want to sacrifice this item and get this one in the hopes that the next item after this one will be the one that I want? So we're going to see how that is in gameplay. This kind of cycles back to the playtesting stuff I was just talking about. But yeah, playtesting, I want to see how people feel about that mechanic. If it is really annoying and people end up not liking it, then we can change it pretty easily. What we could do is just have like those items lined up so there's like the different trades already displayed, so that you can be sure what you're going to get after you make a trade. But yeah, this is what's so important about playtesting, right? Is like I don't want to assume things. Like, I mean, of course I have to assume when we're first starting out and it's not playable yet, but then once we start playtesting, we'll be switching over to more of like an evidence-based approach with stuff like that, right? Like only making changes and doing things that people actually want to see. So, yeah, should be good, I think. You get the Delirium energy drink. I also want to get this guy set up to actually be deadly so that he can deal damage to the player. That's going to be one of the next big things too. We have this whole effect system. The way that we're going to do damage and buffs is that they're all going to be tied into the same system. Because I think that would be a cool way to do it. Basically, instead of just having like a number that's your health, you're going to have different like effects applied to you. So like, for example, broken bone or whatever, laceration, like for injuries. You can also have stuff like nausea if you eat some bad food, and all those effects will probably be persistent unless you actually do something about it to get rid of them. So we'll be implementing that system pretty soon. I am still waiting on we need to like actually go through and write up like a list of all the different ailments a player can actually have. But yeah. like the idea of having something chasing you through the maze. It helps to get the player lost. Yeah, definitely. Like, I think that guy will be a good motivator to like panic, right? He's gonna be way scarier with sounds and stuff. He's not very intimidating right now, but as you said, does that guy have eyes on his back? No, but I think we'll have a minimum activation range so that like if you are walking up right behind him, then he'll notice you. But if he sees you head on, then maybe he has a larger like view distance to aggro onto you. So we'll be making little changes like that to make the enemies more intelligent. Yeah, and also you will be able to lose aggro on this guy, like if you run away from him fast enough. Right now, once he does aggro, he never de-aggroes, so that's something we might also work on today. Because I need to like get it set up so if you create a certain distance between you and him, then he actually, you know... Oh, well, I'm screwed now. See, this is like scary. If you hit a dead end and this guy's after you, you're in big trouble, you know? But yeah. Would be neat if you could throw items at him to kind of like just stun him for like a second, you know? It wouldn't be like a very long thing, but just like half a second he's like... Because he got hit in the head. So maybe something like that would be a nice little addition. I think a lot of the fun of this game is going to come down to stuff like that. Making sure that like there's a lot of choices the player can choose to make. So like I can choose to bring this back with me, but if there's a guy chasing me, I can throw it at the guy and like temporarily distract him and get out of here, you know? Like sure, I lose my item, but I've made that decision to purposely throw it away so that I can escape and not die, right? There's going to be a million things like that in this game, I imagine, like as time goes on. But it'll be really fun, I think. I want like the player like to have like agency over the world. There's that really good clip of Gaben talking about like what makes games fun. And I do kind of agree with a lot of the things he said, but one of the things specifically was how you don't want the world to ignore the decisions the player makes. So like I want little things like that to mean something. If you purposely throw your item away, it should do something instead of just kind of phasing through his body and nothing happening, right? So exactly. Yeah, like I want just all sorts of little things like that to mean something. I think it is a really good principle to follow with game development, honestly. It's not always like... I don't think it's the #1 priority, but I do think it's really important. Like, I think... Obviously, you've got to make sure the main gameplay loop is set in stone first, but those things really help enhance the decision-making side of it, which is really good. Yeah, this maze is crazy. Right now, I've been just testing on one maze layout that sucks, and I'm going to get rid of it. It's just like a test. It's just this super long, winding corridor, so it really sucks, and it's boring to walk through this maze right now, but we can swap it out for one that's a little more interesting and actually like a real maze, because this one isn't. We're almost back. We've made it. Yeah, rovers will be the main thing that you'll be, you know, using. You're not just gonna run into the maze. It's like dangerous. The whole idea with the rovers is it kind of gives you a chance to scout out everything first. You can see he's still after me. It is scary seeing him just slowly emerge from the shadows over there. Like, if he's inside of your elevator, you're kind of screwed. I think that's sort of a game over condition, I imagine. So you really don't want to bring anybody back here. Help me! Look at what this man is doing to me, help! Yeah, traders are passive entities. They don't, they're never gonna help you. They're neutral. Also, traders won't be, like, actually here when you're in a maze. The way that the, kind of the cycle of this game, right, is you start off at the top zone. This is actually going to be outside. You go into the elevator. So you're going to go down. Here's the first floor that you're on. And then you're going to have like some intermissions between floors. So you go down all these different levels of the maze. You get to like this middle point here. It pauses for a second, and this is like where the shopkeeper is. So then you visit the shopkeeper. You're like, okay, make your trades, click the down button again, and now you move on to the next floor. I haven't ever played Repo, so I don't even know if that's how that works, but it might be. I just think it's a good way to do it, regardless of how other games do it, honestly. Yeah, you just keep kind of going down, visit a guy in an elevator, and you're good to go. I know that the big difference, I think, with this game versus Repo is... I think Repo's more like Lethal Company, where it's... more centered around, like, goofiness. I think, like, Maze games specifically, I want it to be more of a survival horror. Like, Repo's, I think, is, like, smaller in, like... How do I describe it? You enter into this place. Again, I haven't played it, but if it's like Lethal Company, then you like head into a place and you leave the place. But Maze game is more of like, how long can you actually survive? Yeah, food, I don't think has like food mechanics and all that kind of stuff. It does have health, but yeah, like it's not a survival game. I think Maze game will be. Yeah, what is this video? Do you actually go into an elevator in Repo? Is that how this works? Did I accidentally steal Repo? Is this an elevator? Whoa. Are they real? Are the Repo people real? No, this guy's just in like a building. It's not an elevator, is it? It's that little guy. Where's that guy? He's kind of goofy looking. It's a developer and universe for lore stuff. Okay. Yeah, maybe one of these days I should play Repo just to know like how it is and how it kind of compares, because I've never played it, so I just don't know. But it does seem cool. I think as far as the, you know, friend slop games like this goes, I've heard that Repo is pretty good. So I would like to try it out sometime for sure. I hate that floating ad, yeah. Yeah, could be cool though. Good thing about your game being a horror game, Steam players love horror games, yeah. It is interesting how horror has always been a pretty strong genre. I think especially recently it's been pretty popular. I've been doing some very loose research. It's not like I've been really diving into statistics of things, but, you know, there are some interesting genre trends recently. Like, there's like another wave of Vampire Survivor clones for some reason. I don't really know why. Maybe there's a game that came out recently. I mean, like, Mega Bonk, obviously, but it was before Mega Bonk. I guess it's just cool again now. I think there's been enough time between the first initial wave that it's kind of like... You're getting like the rebound of all these people that were developing their game in the first wave, and now years later their games are finished and now they're all coming out. That would probably be my guess as to why. But yeah, I'm not sure. It's pretty cool. I always end up just hiding in a box somewhere to scare that something could be right outside. Yeah, that's fair. Interesting. The only good Survivor game is DRG Survivor. Oh, yeah. That game, I don't have that game either, but... Black Survivor. Yeah, that's another game that came out pretty recently that's like... Yeah. It's in 1.0 now. I know it was out before that, but... In early access, I think. Yeah, this game looks pretty cool too. I would like to grab this sometime. I do like Deep Rock. So, I would probably enjoy this. I don't love Deep Rock Galactic Survivor, yeah. I mean, that's fair. Warhammer are licensing a Vampire Survivors clone from the original devs? Oh, really? Yeah, that's interesting. It's actually licensing it, huh? But yeah, it's interesting. I think like some of the big games that have been popular. I've also seen a lot of incremental games recently, like a lot. So that's also one of the reasons why I kind of feel like it's a good time to work on Lured In, because I've learned a lot about like dealing with like IDs and stuff from Starground, and I feel pretty confident in being able to make a game like that. So, but yeah. Dwarf eats mountain. Yeah, that is true. Yeah, we got to do a lot of texture work on this game. Like, pretty much almost every texture right now is temporary. I think this guy's somewhat temporary. We just need to... Right now, we're just building up gameplay so that we can kind of start to figure out, like, the actual direction we want to take everything with this. I mean, we definitely have a solid plan of the gameplay direction and stuff and mechanics, but I think we're still a little bit up in the air about, like, visual art style. I've been throwing in a couple shaders and stuff and sort of following, like a PS1-esque aesthetic. I wouldn't say it's full PS1 because I've been purposely adding in stuff that PS1 games don't really have. Like, we have like normal maps and specular reflections, and I think it kind of makes things like interesting. But you still have that like low resolution texture quality and stuff. So far I think the texturing is neat, but we'll probably be changing things as time goes on, I'm sure. We do need to remodel the rovers. Right now they're looking pretty stupid. They're just like white. They don't have any texture, and their actual models are super basic. I want to add in some like little, like a card and some slots and wires. They need to look more epic, so we'll be working on that, I'm sure. But yeah, honestly, I guess let's just go ahead and get these breakers. Let's add in these breakers into the game. I think it's time. So these are just going to be objects that can randomly spawn in the walls. So how does resource spawning work at Starground? Because I have like one little corner with over 50 resource nodes. I do basically what I call like a cluster system. So the way that Starground spawns stuff is it randomly picks some points to spawn clusters. So let's say this is your map. So Starground is like, okay, let's spawn here, 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 and here. And then around each of those positions that it's chosen, it spawns like a clump of resources like this, right? So the reason I do that system is so that you get some areas where you have empty terrain where you can actually build your factory out, right? So let's say this is your terrain or whatever. And maybe there's a clump over here or something. Like, it leaves you with this void right here. So it's kind of designed to have areas of resource collection and then areas of building. Pertaining to that, can we disable where resources spawn? I do want to add a system into Starground to be able to handle that. It's already been worked on. I'll show you guys the branch here. Yeah, we want to do flooring soon. It's in progress. It's gonna need a lot of work because it's complicated, right? But there is a branch in here, floor tiles, that is actually that. So you can see, like, this is right now this is treated just as a building, as a test, but I think we're gonna change how that works. I want a completely different system for buildings that's kind of more connected to the way that the tiles in the game are dug up and placed. So that's gonna be the plan. I just need to spend some time really, you know, diving into that whole system and make it work on multiplayer and stuff, because it's hard. But yeah, basically with that system, whenever you place down a floor tile, it stops things underneath it from spawning. So it'll be kind of a killed two birds with one stone sort of thing. Yeah, we'll be working on that though, for sure. I'll probably... I don't think I'll have time, unfortunately, to get it completely integrated in 0.15. But maybe, like, 15.1, you know, like the update right after. I think that's probably going to be the play. So, oh, it's time. But yeah, I definitely would like to do that though. It would be really cool, I think. Can't read. The items in the elevator, only the items on the shelf be moved across levels. Yeah, that's gonna be the plan. So yeah, that's the kind of the reason for the storage is I don't want people to just be able to load their elevator with as many items as possible, right? Because that would be kind of I feel like it'd be a little too easy to just amass as many things as you want. So you will have to make an active decision of what you decide to bring with you to the next level in your storage right here. So, and we'll have some prompts probably just to make sure the player is well aware of that fact so that they don't load it up and then realize, uh-oh, you know, all my items are going to go away. But yeah, I just want items to be, you know, limited in supply. Like I think people really need to think about what do they actually need. So that's going to help with that system. But yeah. You already said 0.51 out of flooring? Yeah. I mean, yeah, I don't think it will, but I think 15.1 probably will. I think that's the next thing I'm going to work on, because I already got achievements implemented, so I don't have to do that anymore. There's like some other things that we've been wanting to get to, but yeah, I think the next big thing I really want to do is buildable flooring, so that alongside with like doors and, you know, the flooring and then more walls and more like, so you can actually create like buildings in Starground. You kind of can with the pressure walls right now, but I think it'd be pretty cool if you could also just put down flooring. So would a next trader item screen be a good idea, so you don't have to just hope you encounter the right trader? Oh yeah, that could be interesting. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like, there's a lot of questions like that right now with things like this, with systems like this, because I'm not sure if that randomness is a good thing or not. I feel like I could argue from both sides. Like, that randomness could be very interesting because it means that the items you choose to bring with you is you have to kind of like approach the game with a more varied or like how do I describe it? You can't just like stack up on one item because you never know what's coming next, so you always want to have like a little bit of everything. So you have to have a more well-rounded playstyle. Yeah, like diversify or gamble, yeah. So I kind of like the risk-reward thing, because if you do stack up with one thing and then you get the trader with the one thing that you have, it's like awesome, because you can do like a bunch of trades, right? And then on the flip side, if you do decide to be very, you know, prepared for every scenario, like, then trading isn't as powerful. So yeah, it's that whole risk reward thing. That's, I think, what's good about this. Like, I want to have a mix of things that are purely random, but also like ways that the player can combat the randomness, if that makes sense. You know? Or like choose how the randomness sort of affects them. But yeah, that's just something really we're gonna have to play test, right? That's what a lot of this comes down to. We just need to see what people actually think is fun. But I think the risk reward is going to be fun, because the whole thing is this is a roguelite game, right? So you're going into this as a temporary, like, you want each run that you go through to be kind of completely different. So randomly getting this super rare trader or something is going to feel really epic, like you've won the jackpot. And I'll probably have some pity systems built in. So that, for example, if you like get really unlucky with spawns or something, eventually the game makes it up to you. I think things like that are always good. Just so that you don't get completely screwed over with negative things that happen all the time. But yeah. Dark Danas or Dark Danis, welcome in. How's it going? So we're going to model a little breaker switch. There's going to be probably like, I think 1 to 5 of these that spawn randomly in the maze. And they'll probably increase in quantity as time goes on. But yeah, I'm thinking just something like this. It's basically just going to be a little thing on the wall with a switch on it. And you should be able to activate these via your rover as well. So you don't theoretically ever have to leave your elevator, but there will be some good reasons to. But yeah. Yeah, that's another big difference, I would say, for sure, between this game and stuff like Lethal Company and Repo, is it's going to allow for some pretty interesting play styles. You don't always have to run out into danger. You can kind of choose purposely to like kind of play a more safe and protected game by just staying in your elevator. So it's going to be very interesting. Like, the player constantly has to make that internal choice of, do I send my rovers out and play it safe, or do I risk it for a high reward and actually walk out and do things myself? So it's going good. What are you making? We are working on Maze Game, temporary title right now. But it's a survival horror roguelite. You enter into an elevator, you're going down through all these different mazes, and you have to survive as long as you can. So yeah, I'm just looking at some breaker switches here. To like continue down into the next level of the maze, you're gonna have to find 3 breakers somewhere. And so that's what we're gonna model here in just a second. I just want to see if there's like any really cool looking ones. I think it's basically just going to be a little box in the wall with like a switch. Should be relatively straightforward, but trying to detect that for the pity system might be difficult because it'd be not impossible to devise a way for it to work without it being exploitable. Yeah, that is always the thing with pity systems, is it is kind of tricky. I mean, you can also have some randomness to the pity system as well, so that like it's kind of a chance-based thing if the pity system activates or whatever. There's a lot of ways to kind of get around it, I think, so. But yeah, it's just an idea that's sort of floating around. I don't know if it really needs to exist for a roguelite like this, so I'll have to see. But it could be interesting if I do it in the right way. As long as it's not an insane change to like the... Like, I imagine it would do just like add in a super small chance to get a really powerful item into the loot table. Just so that, like, most of the time it's not really going to matter, but occasionally if you're on a really bad run and everything's going bad, you might get super lucky and it completely changes everything. I just think it's really fun when things like that happen, because it's one of those moments where you're like, oh my god, you know. But yeah. Just an idea, I like it. Yeah, thanks. If you look at the really old ones, they look pretty cool. Oh yeah, like steampunk gothic. I know what you're talking about. Like a vintage breaker switch. Yeah, like these ones. I think this is more the style I'll probably be going with for this. I think the facility that you're in, I think its technology probably caps out at like 1960s or something around there. So you're not really going to be seeing a lot of modern things here. So yeah, something along these lines could be pretty cool, I think. Yeah, I like these like big switches like this, industrial circuit breakers. Yeah, these are crazy, man. That's so dangerous. Like, you just touch that little piece and then you're dead. Like, that's wild. That they would just... Man. Yeah, it's good that we have modern safe things now. It's crazy. How difficult is it to start game development? I always wanted to try it out as a hobby. Yeah. I mean, it's... I would be lying if I said it was easy. I think it really depends on, like, exactly what you want out of it. Like, if you just want to do it for fun on the side, I think it's not really that bad. There's a lot of pre-made assets online that you can use if you so desire. There's a bunch of tutorials, so there's a lot of help to get you moving with things. But I think trying to do it professionally or like commercially is quite a bit harder because you're dealing with a lot of things on top of just making a game. You have to worry about like genre trends and marketing and forming businesses and managing, you know, business profits, and it's a lot more, right? But yeah, if you just want to do it as a hobby, just on the side, make a tiny little small project, I think it's pretty it's not too bad to get into, especially if you're using a very accessible engine. Like I feel like Godot is a very good beginner engine. The language is super easy to understand. A lot of it can honestly just be written basically in terms of plain English, right? So you can just say stuff like using like and or, right? I'm really used to doing like these for and or, but you could just say like if. You can just think about it logically in your head when you're programming, right? What's a good example? If 1 + 2 is equal to 3, then you just put your code in here. Or like, if, you know, I don't know, you're checking like a variable is true. If complete and ready or something, then you run the code. So I feel like the syntax is really like human readable and very easy to understand. So I would say the programming in Godot is pretty accessible. Of course, you still have to learn the principles of programming. But there's a lot of really good tutorials actually in the Godot documentation. There's a bunch of stuff in here. There's like your first 2D game and getting started, and let's see, getting started, you can go step-by-step tutorial. This is a really good section in the documentation if you're starting out. It tells you about everything. So like, what are nodes? What are scenes? And it gives you these little like kind of, you know, tutorials where it's like, all right, go ahead and, you know, click the run current scene button and create a main scene here. And it's a pretty good tutorial here. Creating instances. This is another thing you have to learn about. And then you can move on after going through that to this one, which is creating your first 2D game. So it's very easy to, learn all this stuff this way, I think. I've actually started as a hobby recently. Yeah, it's a bit of a tough hill to climb first, but levels off after a bit. Yeah, definitely. Like, yeah, that's a good piece of advice. Don't start with anything very difficult, genre-wise. I recommend. I know, like, a lot of people go into it wanting to make their dream RPG MMO and stuff like that, but it's a lot of work, and I definitely don't recommend doing anything like that. Like, I would start with a very small, simple 2D game. But yeah. Yeah, language uses GDScript, which, yeah, is practically Python, like Koshik said. Quite use C++. Yeah, you could use C#. Godot does support C#, so I think C#'s a bit more similar to C++ in a lot of ways. That's like if you're more comfortable with that syntax, so it just depends on what you want to go with. Yeah, I do wish you the best of luck. I do think it's really fun, and being able to create an entire world is such like a superpower, you know? I don't know. It's kind of cool. You're seeing this whole universe form and birth into existence right in front of your eyes. So, and you have complete control, you know? It's basically like you're playing God in a way. I always look at it that way, right? So, no, I think it's really fun, though. And there's going to be moments where you run into things and you're stumped, but I always find eventually I cycle back to it and I realize what I did wrong. And developing is really about just taking all those lessons and remembering them and putting in your lessons learned into your next project. The first project you work on is always going to kind of suck, I think. That's just how it goes. Unless you already have a bunch of experience from other stuff. But that's fine. That's not something to be disappointed about. I'm allergic to MMOs, but I confess I did start trying to make an RPG, and I'm too stubborn to work on anything else, so I learn the skills to do it, yeah. No, it's... I mean, I don't know. It's always hard to say. It's not always like a right or wrong scenario, you know? Like, if you truly are getting into it because you want to make an RPG, then you're probably going to have a better time doing that versus making a genre that you don't really like or want to make. So, it's always hard to say. I mean, if you're really wanting to completely finish the game and, like, release it on Steam, I think that matters more, that decision of what kind of game you decide to make. But, you know, it's not the end of the world if you choose to go with a genre like an RPG. It's going to be harder, but it's not impossible. So, oh yeah, anyways, let's actually model. Almost forgot. So I can't remember which side was forward in Godot's. I think it's like -2 or something. We'll just go with that. All right, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go with a pretty old breaker. Maybe not quite this old, but something more in between. I do like this big lever pulling down motion. So, like, I think this would be the internals of our breaker, but you wouldn't actually see, like, the contacts visible. Like, basically something more like this, I imagine. But, like, it's got a casing over it, so... Yeah, I know it's -Z, but I can't remember the conversion. It's like, I think it's +Y in Blender or something, converts to -Z in Godot. It's really weird. I wish they all just used the same coordinate system. That would be pretty nice. But... oh well. Yeah, I kind of actually do like this breaker. I'm not going to do, like, the round style, but... something along those lines could look nice. So let's do... I guess let's do some planes. I'm going to rotate this on the x-axis. Shrink it a bit. We're going to create a cylinder that has way less vertices. I feel like 6 is good. Rotate it on the x-axis. Shrink it down. This is like the handle that you're going to be pulling. We're going to move this out. So we have to think of this in terms of meters. Half a meter is basically the size of an item. So, like, that right there is a whole item. I definitely want it to be smaller than that. So we want to go out, like, minus 0.25 meters here. Set the origin to 3D cursor. We're going to give this a mirror modifier on the Z-axis like that. Push this forward. Expand it on the Y. And there's our handle, basically. Probably make it a little smaller. You'll have to see what looks good, but... this will be shrunken up a bit. Or like that. Alright. Doesn't help that I'm going quite over the top of my combat system. Very on the side of customizability. Spells, breaking them down into runes. Yeah. I think sometimes, though, it's kind of important to take on more than you can handle, in a way. Like, I did that with Starground, honestly. And I think it's a really good learning experience in realizing, like, how much work you're able to take on. I mean, it just really depends on your... It's just all about expectations, right? Like, what do you... Are you expecting to get this game done in a year? You know, 5 years? It just... For me, I like to get stuff done quick. Like, I think Starground took way too long. But, I mean, it doesn't mean that it was a disaster or anything. I think it's just good to remember that moving forward into other games, right? Where I know now, like, okay, multiplayer is freaking really hard. You know, I can do multiplayer, but it doesn't mean that it's going to be time efficient, right? Let's go minus 0.5. So this is probably still going to be too big, this switch, but we'll figure it out. I want to save this quickly and just get this into the project so that we can compare size. And then we can continue on here. I like how there's different aspects to game development, like not only coding, but the visual design, sound design. Yeah, that's the part for me that I enjoy so much. Also, this is way too big. Is the fact that I get to enjoy all these other disciplines, right? It's not like I'm just locked into just programming or just, you know, art for the rest of my life or whatever. Like, I actually get to be like, all right, I'm going to program today and I'm going to do this thing today. I always think that that aspect of game development is probably my favorite part, honestly. It is cool making worlds, and I think that's one of the coolest things. But the coolest thing really is just getting the variety that I get to enjoy. Yeah, this is a pretty good size. I need to do some back face culling on the material that we're using for this, but it should work out. All right, so now we can start actually like modeling for real. We're gonna have these two meshes joined together. Actually, before we do that, let's apply this mirror. Now join them. And the default rotation for this will be up, like that. Righty. And we're gonna thin out the size of this box a little bit. And now it's time to get down to the nitty-gritty. I want to inset the face here. Actually, before I do that, let's apply scale. Actually, apply old transforms. .05. Now we do another one. This one's going to be inset like that. And I want to do... Let's split this vertically twice. Now I want to merge these vertices together. Well, not merge them, but let's do this. Sort of like that. Then I can fill this front face here. And these need to shrink on the y-axis. Those need to expand on the y-axis. Now that's much closer. But we don't need these to be so tall. So let's do this. Drag that down minus 0.1. But yeah. Drag this up 0.1. So that's looking pretty decent. Kind of want like a little bit of a cap over these, I think. So these are just a little bit too much out. Let's go like right there. So I'm gonna select all these faces up here. Let's do this. Just a very small cap. Then I can select these faces, extrude along normals. Yeah, just something very minor. Oops. I think I did 0.01. Yeah. And we're gonna have some big like wires and hinges and bolts and all this stuff, so let's drag these edges down so that they're here. We want to switch into local coordinates so that we can go X like that. Oops. Oops. There we go. I feel like these are maybe just a touch too close together, so I'm gonna go like this. I'm gonna scale on the global on the y-axis. Oops. Selecting things I shouldn't. Just right there. And just to avoid some funny texturing stuff, let's just go ahead and extrude these, I think, according to their normals. Might as well. Alright, so this is what we're working with now. Let's go in here and move those faces back in local space. Snooze that ad. Part of making a game do I love the most? Yeah, I think like we were talking earlier, I really love... I mean, there's a lot of things I love about it, but one of the biggest things is always, to me, the fact that I get to, like, do so many different things. Because, I don't know, I'm very... When it comes to, like... I don't know. I really like variety, honestly. I think, like... being able to do the art and the programming and the sounds and all of those other things all combined is like really fun to me. I get to like just dabble a little bit in everything. And game development is perfect for that. Because there's, especially like solo development, because there's always more things to do. So yeah, that's definitely by far one of the biggest things. And I've always just loved gaming in general. Game development for me also is kind of like practically my opportunity to like, if there's a game that I feel like could, you know, be better than what it ended up being, it's like my chance to create my own version of that thing, right? That was honestly the reason I actually made Starground, because Forager was never going to get multiplayer. And that to me was very disappointing. So I was like, you know what? What if I made a multiplayer game? Multiplayer is really hard. I wouldn't wish it on my worst enemy, but but it is cool. Being able to make a game you can play with your friends. Yeah, there's just so many things. It's all that and just being able to like, you know, create a your own whole universe. You get to make like cool environments and like express your own ideas, and there's just a million things, honestly. It's just like the power too to just like, it's like flexibility. Like I could have a dream one night of an entire world, and then now I can make that world. So did I ever play with my friends? No. I mean, we have mostly out of necessity. That's one thing I think that I've learned about like multiplayer games like that is, I don't know. You end up making it to play with your friends, but you never really actually end up doing that. It's just kind of funny how that usually works out, I think. But now other people can play with her friends, so it's okay. Let's go, let's see, more angle. Let's go like 70 angle on that. It's not far off while I make my game. Played a Minecraft mod called, oh yeah, Ars Magica 2. That's a pretty awesome mod. Yeah. That's honestly happened to me a lot with Minecraft mods. I find it kind of interesting. Like, it's always a big kind of inspiration for me. I've always really loved industrial craft, and stuff like buildcraft and all that stuff, right? And I think it's always like, there's so much potential for those concepts and those mods to be full games. There's definitely a lot of inspiration in Starground from projects like that, for sure. So yeah, I really do enjoy that kind of stuff. I think I kind of want to change this here. Let's See, I'm going to give this a loop cut. Then I want to select both of these. And I think I saw something recently that you can do. You can say... It's pretty neat. I can't remember where it was. It was in like tool or something. Options. You could choose what scaling does. So you can make it so you can scale stuff without actually modifying scale, but just use location. Yeah, I can't honestly remember where it was. It's in one of these tabs, I thought, but don't remember where it is. That's unfortunate. Whatever, I'll just move these manually. I want to move that out just a little bit to the edge. Let's say minus 0.15. .15. I just like how that looks more. Let's fix the normal maps on this. We're gonna go to mesh, normals, recalculate. And I'll probably have a light on these so that it's easier to tell when they're actually active or not. It's another important thing about modeling for games is you kind of have to think about that stuff. It's not like something that would probably be in real life, but in this it makes sense. Yeah, I mean, I feel like this is probably good enough. It's nothing super special, but it gets the job done. So hopefully this looks good. Yeah, that looks okay. I'll probably come back to this later on and refine the model a little bit and make it look more cool, but this is good enough. So we're gonna save it as a new inherited scene. I can't see anything. Okay, there we go. And we're just gonna save this as breaker switch. Now in world, we can delete that. I really love the whole direct.blend imports that Godot allows. It's so convenient. Being able to just model this, and then now it's just in here. I don't have to do any exporting as FBXs and all that kind of stuff. It's just so easy. It's really convenient. And I can just also go into here and like, I want it to be a different kind of mesh. So we're just gonna grab this, the root script, or we can just say root type is type, my own custom type, interactable. Crazy. Now it's an interactable object that the player can use. It's so easy. And give it a collision shape. And we're basically done. Is character going to be human? Yeah, I think so. I probably won't do any robot stuff like Repo does. We're going to have a couple different playable characters, I imagine. So that'll be kind of a fun thing to work on. They're each going to have their own different like kind of abilities and consequences or negatives and stuff. So I think it'll allow for some interesting gameplay. It's just another way to kind of spice things up, right? So people will be able to like choose their oh, what is this? It has a mesh. I don't think I want that mesh. Or I guess it's just so I know what the mesh is. I don't even know why I would really need that, but I guess I'll choose this as the mesh. All right. I'm gonna give this a new script. It's breaker switch extends interactable. Now we're gonna make this do stuff when you press it. And then also function can interact. So we're gonna say var on, bool is false. If on, or we're gonna just return not on. And here on equals true. And we're also gonna start a tween here. And play some sounds and everything. Let's add an audio stream player. We're gonna need some kind of switch sound. For now, I can use like a button click. Just that sound that I used everywhere else. So whenever we interact, we're gonna say that dot play. Tween property. On the plane object. Sound sucks, by the way. No, I know it's kind of stupid. It's a temporary sound. Don't worry. As most of the stuff in this game is. So let's apply the rotations here so I can actually rotate this. So this is at 0 rotation, the default state, and then I can now rotate this on the Z there. I don't know why that's not being applied. Thought I applied it. All the transforms. Let's try that. And that messed up the mesh. Okay. Does that work now? Oh. That's not good. There we go. So now I can go to make it rotate. So we're going to go rotate from 0 down to positive 80, I think. Or minus 80. Like that. So plane, rotation Z. It's going to go down to minus 80 over the course of half a second. And now I'm going to say tween dot set ease in out. Okay. And we're going to connect this up to a global like stat tracker so I can actually know how many breakers there are and how many we need to press and which ones have already been pressed. Watch this. Okay, that was a disaster. Let's try this again. So why doesn't this work? Rotation Z is 0. I just want to set it down to minus 80. This is the thing that sucks about doing rotation tweens. You have to do like lerp angle. So we have to change this to tween a method. Callable from to in duration. So from 0 to minus 80 in duration. Rotate switch. So now we're gonna have a function rotate switch value, and we're gonna say lerp angle from 0 to value. Or here, this is what we do, from 0 to minus 80, and value is going to be from 0 to 1. And now we say plane dot rotation dot z is equal to lerp angle. So hopefully that lerps the angle properly. Let's try this again. Okay, that went to positive. I don't know why. Let's just go to positive Z. Whoa. Okay, so that turns on the breaker. I think we're pretty good there. Let's do a little bit less rotation, down to 70 maybe. Okay, that changed the rotation. That doesn't make any sense. That's really weird. Is that random? Okay, then that was less. Oh, is this in terms of this is in terms of pi, isn't it? So we actually just want to say pi divided by 4 to do like a 90 degree. That's probably why it was freaking out so bad before. That's my guess. Because I had to rotate like 500 times. Yeah, you're right. Pi divided by 2. But we want to do like a little more, so like 2.5. See what that looks like. In Godot, can you hot swap script changes? Yeah, you can. It's just that this is like a one-shot animation, so that's why I can't like hot swap it here. Yeah, that works. Yeah, I know that's less. If I did a full 90 degree, it would go like more than it needs to, I'm pretty sure. I mean, we can try. We can do 2. But let's see. I think it's going to go too far, though. Because this isn't at, like, a minus 45. This is slightly less. So you can see it goes a little too far, and it starts clipping in. So yeah, I think we want to go minus 2.5, somewhere around there. Okay, so we play the sound. So yeah, that's pretty much it for that. Obviously, I'll be cycling back through and making the sounds more epic, because they sound a little stupid right now. But not going to worry about that right now. I'm actually going to use a cylinder. I'm going to make now a little LED that's on this so that you can tell sort of where it is in the darkness. So it's going to be probably a good idea. Maybe we don't make it visible when it's black. We'll see. This is just going to be a light right here that's attached to this breaker. Probably not even that big. Let's go 0.2 in the height. Let's keep 0.3. This goes down to 0.5. Like that. And we're going to give this a material. So this would be a new standard material. Shading would be unshaded. And we're going to make this green. Like that. And I would like to do some glow on this. I don't remember how. But it might glow. That's grow, not the same as glow. There might be a different kind of material we have to do for that. I can't remember what different material types there are. There's a fog material, canvas item. There's ORM. This is a physically based material. Physical sky, placeholder, procedural, shader material. So that's really all we got. That's fine. It'll probably glow. So we're gonna make that thing disappear. We're gonna call it light. On ready. I want to say light dot like albedo or whatever. Wonder if there's an easy way I can do that. Probably just have to swap it out with void. So I'll say this in here. Void texture and var light texture. Save this as green LED into materials. That one doesn't show up, apparently. Oops. This is going to be the void texture. I spelled green like that? What is my problem? Grene. And we're going to say light dot material is equal to void texture by default. And then down here, when we actually interact with it, we change the material to be light texture. That should be it. Grenade. Be cool if it hue shifted from red to green to show whether it's been flipped even in the darkness of the maze. Yeah. I was thinking about that, right, in my head. Like, do I want it to be visible when it's off? Because I feel like it might be too easy just to, even if you don't have, like, your flashlight or whatever, just run through wait until you see a little glowing light and then just run to it. I kind of want these things to be like discovered, if that makes sense. Like, it shouldn't be super easy for players to find where these are. Like, I want people to have to actually look at the walls and notice the outline of it, right? Yeah, I don't know. Again, that's another thing, once again, that I think will change depending on how things go in playtesting. So it's always really easy for me to change that behavior if I think it is better. So we'll just have to see. All right, but yeah, it's modeled. We do need to texture it, but we can do that. Rubber and metal. And I'll do a better job of texturing this at some point, but you know, right now that's not really my focus. I just want to get gameplay implemented, you know? I'm just like really set on making this thing work, and then we worry about later on about making it look good. That should be World SFX. He's gonna make like sounds. Yeah, I have a couple different ambient sounds that can play in the background to make you feel a little crazy. And there's like the sound of the generator and stuff, the knocking and stuff, you know. The hatch is opened. The doorman's gonna get me. Cool, but yeah, that's one breaker. Now we just need to set up some code to actually spawn them in the maze randomly. So we're gonna work on that. Hey, there's another wood scrap over here. Boy, is it your lucky day, Mr. Lumberjack. Let me, let's go trade with this guy, huh? Hey, buddy. And this went in the corner. I gotta fish it out. Epic. Check this out. I got a hot dog. Jack is shimmering? Who's Jack? Oh, the lumberjack. Yeah. Is his name Jack? I don't know. Sorry. I have an addiction, guys. I can't stop. Jack Lumbers. That's his name. That's crazy. Yeah. Okay. Let's stop with that. The lights are out. Anyways. Let's grab that scrap and bring it back home. Hello, good sir. Thank you for the scrap. I hope driving Rovers is actually fun for people. Like, I'll have to see. I mean, I think it'll be way more interesting as we continue to like flesh out the visuals of the dungeon. Not the dungeon, the maze. Because it'll start to have like cool furniture and stuff that you can find, and I think it'll be more epic. And it's also going to be sort of out of necessity too. Like, we got some wood acquired. Blender sounds, yeah. It might be blender sounds. Make it so they can do backflips, it'd be crazy. Somebody play that sound. I was running back to the elevator. Some blue enemies scared half to death, yeah. Crazy breathing animation. I think it's just obvious because I'm zoomed in on the camera. But you can see here it's not really that noticeable. I'm gonna make it so that this zoom, I probably decrease the amount of head bobbing. Because you can also see I can just zoom in this way too. It is a little intense, so. Check this out, guys. I got a freaking wood again. Give me something yummy. I got a hot dog. I got 2 hot dog. It's pretty epic. Yeah, let's swap to the other rover. Yeah, I hope this game is fun. I mean, this is what the playtest is going to reveal, like, once we get the gameplay stuff implemented, right? And I'm sure that there's ways that we could course correct if it's not fun. Yeah. Maybe it'd be cool to buy rover upgrades. Yeah, we're gonna have a whole mechanic about upgrading your rovers, so we've got a lot of plans for that. Basically, with the scrap that you collect and all these other miscellaneous items, you will be able to build things on your workbench. So you'll be able to build upgrades for your elevator, also upgrades for your rovers. So you could like, yeah, increase storage or add on like different modules to deal with different kinds of entities that spawn. There's a couple ideas we had on that. Like if we go to the mirror board, we wanted one upgrade that was like a high-powered light, like a spotlight. So like if there's enemies that's attracted to light, you can kind of use it as sort of a you know, like moths to a flame or whatever. A distraction rover. Yeah, here's our board. Yeah, we've got a whole bunch of ideas for upgrades. These are all just elevator upgrades. But this like bakes the meat. It changes its food type. The cooler's same thing for drinks and veggies. This turns veggies into drinks. Food processor. There's a lot of different ideas we have in here. A composter, so you can like do something with rotten food. You can make alcohol with a cask, pizza oven, coffee pot, mouse traps, and a basketball hoop, which is one of the only things that we've ever come up with that is kind of useless. But those are just elevator upgrades. We want a lot of different rover upgrades as well. You want to be able to upgrade your lights, your treads, your like carrying bag or slot. And then we want to have a special slot on the rover for things that are just kind of wacky and different, you know? Just want to give ourselves some room for different ideas that we come up with. Yeah. Basketball. Yeah. You'll have to be able to craft one. And there's also going to be a whole mechanic related to rover power levels, too. That's another thing that we really haven't dived into very much. Is that rovers are going to have power. And if you run out of power on a rover, they don't work anymore. So you do have to be kind of careful. It's not just like infinite, no risk, explore for as long as you want. You do have time constraints. If all of your rovers run out of energy, you're going to have to go in manually and retrieve them. So, but yeah. God with a lowercase g. Where? Can I search in here? Oh God. Okay, that like lagged everything. But yeah. Oh, in here. Yeah. Sorry. God. Free. You know, Hank Schrader, guys. You know, Hank. He loves his minerals. Yeah, these are some of the different kinds of scraps that'll spawn. So we've already got wood and metal. But we want to do biological and also electronic. And it's really funny because Zach came up with all this completely on his own. And then I was like, you realize this is like the exact same types of scrap in Voices of the Void. It was just kind of funny. Like, it's not even a bad thing. A lot of games have this. Honestly, it's not like it's not very shocking. I mean, it's so easy to accidentally end up with the same stuff. So, glass. Is there glass scrap in Voices of the Void? I mean, Voices of the Void has a couple extra. Yeah, it has plastic and rubber, I think. But it's just interesting that we, like, with the biological scrap specifically, I was like, whoa. But yeah, anyways. Yeah, organic, yeah. I want to find one more item. Really what I want to find is the evil guy in here. He might have already walked past and I just wasn't looking at it. Let's see. We'll find him, don't worry, guys. Yeah, I do need to change the audio so that it kind of plays, it like loops more seamlessly when you're moving continually, so. Yeah, I was gonna say, Abiotic Factor also has biological scrap, so that's a pretty fun game. I do like Abiotic Factor. I'm not seeing him in here. Is he like... Did he pass the rover? He might have. Oh, there he is. Hello, buddy. How's it going? How are you doing? What's going on? How's it going, buddy? He's just walking past. Hi, Aries. Yeah. We've got to be getting to the end of the maze, guys. I know we're close. Come on. It's got to be any minute. Any second. It's got to be around this corner. You can also just like click on these buttons too. You don't have to use WASD. I've been using WASD, but sometimes it's more fun to actually click manually. It's a little more immersive. Be cool if you could aggro on the rover. Yeah, we're gonna have some different rules for each entity, like kind of defining how they interact with your rover. Some guys will be just completely passive to your rover. Some guys will be afraid of your rover. And then you've got like the flip side where some guys are like totally aggressive. I don't know if Ares, if we wrote down in here if he's aggressive or not. I think Ares is sort of just the basic guy, so I don't think that he's going to be aggressive to the rover. I think he would only be aggressive if you do something on purpose that kind of like instigates him, you know? Like blast him with something or make a really loud noise. Otherwise, I think most of the time he's just going to be sort of a chill guy. He does stare, yeah. We're almost at the end of the maze. Ah, whatever. Whatever, guys. Ares is probably coming through here soon. Let's see. I'm just thinking, honestly, right now how I want to spawn the breakers in. I guess I'll just pick a random tile position and then just choose, like, it has to be one of the straight corridors. It's probably the way to do it. Because we can't have it spawn in corridors that are... I mean, technically we can have it spawn here in, like, a corner, but it's a little tricky because you have, like, two walls that it can't spawn on. So we have to take into account the rotation and everything, so it's kind of a nightmare. I don't know. I'll have to think about how that's going to work, though. And I want there to be... Oh! Ran right into him. I want there to be a potential for you to get really lucky with your breaker spawns so that they spawn, like, right next to each other. Because, I mean, the odds of that actually happening are probably pretty low, to be honest. But I think it would just be a nice possibility. Don't hurt me, please. You can't see me. You can't see me. Alright, so let's just go ahead and start messing with things. See if we can get this somewhat working. We're gonna have another function in here. It's called spawn breakers. So for I in randi range 1 to 5. Actually I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna say var or breaker count is randi range 1 to 5. Brian breaker count. And this is going to be a variable that's global. We are going to preload the breaker, instantiate it. And this is the world script, so we can just say add child. And we don't even have to say add child true. It's crazy. Breaker is that. Add child breaker. And we're going to choose a random position first, so... And yeah, let's see. For this, I'm going to say while... spawned count is less than breaker count, and we have var spawned count is 0. And if it successfully happens here, we say spawned count plus equals 1. Oh man, it's already been like 4 hours. Didn't even like realize. Okay, well, we gotta hurry. So we're gonna pick a random position inside of the maze. We do need to run this after we do like generate maze or whatever it's called. Get neighbors, generate maze. Because this is gonna create a big list of map coordinates. So map size, grid map. Yeah, we're gonna be doing that. Basically what I do up inside of the entity spawning script right here. Just gonna make another function called get map coords. Var positions is that. And then we'll just say return positions. All right. Now we go back up to spawn breakers. Positions is equal to get map coords. So that's going to give us just a random list of all the coordinates in the maze. We're going to pick a random one. So if our position is equal to positions.pick random. And we'll say breaker.global position is equal to position. Specifically vector 3, position.x, y is going to be at 2, I think, or a little less, like 1.5, and then position.z. So let's try that. And also that's going to be returning... Is that going to get us in terms of real... Yeah, that's like real coordinates, so... So this theoretically should spawn 1 to 5 breakers somewhere inside of the maze. Let's just wander around. They're probably going to spawn just like right in the center of the corridor right now, but obviously we're going to change that behavior so they spawn on the walls. Let's just like walk for a minute. The number of breakers stay constant, increases as you go to the lower levels. It probably won't get too tedious. I mean, I think it might start off being like always like 1 or 2 breakers in the easy top levels, but as you get deeper, that might increase up from like 1 or 2 to... Oh, I almost I never ran the function. Possibly up to like... Oh, I don't know. Maybe a maximum of like 5 or something. I don't want it to get like way too annoying, so we will be sort of careful about that, I think. Because I want more of the difficulty of this game to stem from the danger of the entities in the maze, right? I don't want it to be just like more and more and more breakers, because I think that just starts to get really annoying. So here's one breaker. You can see, yeah, it's just floating in the center of the room, but it did work. So let's just keep going. We'll probably see another one spawn in here. And we'll have to do some checks of like, what is the kind of corridor given a specific corridor position, and then determine what like face that this switch needs to go onto. So it's gonna be tricky. Not gonna lie, but hopefully we can get it working. I'm not seeing another one. It's probably just a head more. And yeah, I don't even know how many breakers have spawned, because right now it's set from randomly 1 to 5, so it could have been just 1. I'll never know. Yeah, we definitely want some, like, I think it could be interesting. I don't know if it's the route we're going to go. But we could make it so that when you activate all of the breakers it like enrages all of the entities in the maze so that you have to like leave immediately, you know? So activating all the breakers isn't just like this no-brainer decision. You have to think like, okay, if I activate this, I have to be ready to leave. And also what that does is it kind of forces you to enter this like chase with your rover out of the maze and back into your elevator. So there's always kind of like an inherent risk of actually getting out of there. And I don't know if that's actually what we're gonna do. It's just an idea, but I could see some good reasons to make it work that way. It's either that or we just have a soft time cap where past like 10 minutes or something, the entities start to grow restless or something, and then they get a little angrier and angrier until you know, until it's bad and you gotta get out. So Pizza Tower, like, I've never played Pizza Tower, so I don't know, but maybe. Also kind of incentivizes the player to fully explore the maze. Yeah, right. I think it's it could be a pretty interesting thing. It opens us up to a lot of more decision making. Okay, we spawned like 5 breakers, didn't we? I think that was all 5. Yeah, I think it could be really cool. Yeah, because then there's always that little bit of uncertainty of like, well, if I hit this, that might have been like, this might be the closest breaker, and like, you know, you got to be careful. You got to map everything out. So this really honestly is like more than anything like a strategy survival game. I think with the way that we've been kind of implementing all the features, like it's very decision making heavy. Lots of resource management. Like every little thing that you do has a huge impact on, you know, your ultimate fate. But I think that'll make for a really fun, hopefully fun game. And if anything, I think it'll be pretty scary. I think for me, a big part of horror stems from having something to lose. And this game definitely kind of fits that category, because like, if you make the wrong decision, then it's Jover, you know, and you die. So like, and it's also the thing too where it's not just like something out of your control. Like linear horror games to me aren't really that scary because like what's going to happen is bound to happen regardless of what I do as a player. But this is like completely dependent upon your own decisions and your own failures. So like if you get scared, it's because it's your own fault, and I think that's scarier to me at least. But yeah, you knock out John Pillar and make it run to the start of the level. Yeah. Is that what you do in Pizza Tower? John Pillar? That's interesting. Unwillingness to do something out of uncertainty is a big part of horror to me. Like, I have this invulnerability potion, but I only have one kind of logic. Yeah, totally. I feel that a lot. Yeah, it's that, like, I think the unknown, it can be very scary, you know? And, like, I guess the fear of never truly knowing if the decisions you're making are the right ones. Like, you can definitely give everything an educated guess and theorize and be like, okay, I think I should do this and this. But, like, unless you've really mapped out everything and you're absolutely certain, there's always going to be a little bit of, like, unknown. And I think that's really good. That's also, I think, what makes roguelites very fun, too. Is, like, there's so many different ways things could go down. And so there's going to be, hopefully, a lot of replayability with this kind of thing. Life is a horror game, then it honestly, yeah, it kind of is. I think in a lot of ways, games that are scary emulate the worst parts of real life, right? That's, I think, like, it's like having to face your fears. So, yeah, honestly, life can be pretty scary. I think there's a lot of things that are good for horror in life. Because if you really think about it, a lot of like the classic horror tropes always stem from like a real world problem, you know? Like, I don't know, big scary evil guy, I feel like is very like caveman coded. Back when we had to look into the darkness and watch out for saber-toothed tigers, and you know, it's like, it's scary. There's like primal fears that we still kind of exploit, I think, in horror media like that. Taxes, yeah. Taxes are pretty scary. Yeah, there's a lot of scary things though. Yeah, instinct is huge in Hoarder, yeah, for sure. Yeah, I think yeah, like having to really yeah, just like that whole thing of like just following your gut and instinct and best guessing, like yeah, it ties it again into the whole like the unknown. I think that's a big fear for a lot of people, is the fear of the unknown. That's where a lot of fears honestly stem from, I think. So it's always a good thing. Yeah, job applications. Petrifying. Nut. Yeah, I wish I had. Oh wait, don't I have wood? Or I might have used up all the wood. Sir, can you please leave my premises? Nah, he's not getting out of here. My game has been running way better since I made the change to the Twitch overlay. I think it definitely was not the game lagging, actually. It was just that my Twitch overlay was very unoptimized. So, because you can see like things are running totally fine in here. There's no performance problems at all. I'm probably getting around quite a few FPSs. Our frame time's only 3 milliseconds, so that's nothing. So yeah, we're probably getting like, I don't know. I mean, I could print out what we're actually getting really quick. Let's just see. I imagine it's pretty high. And we don't even really have any, like, culling in the game yet, too. So there's a lot more room for us to optimize. I want to say get frames per second. Let's see what we're at. Yeah, we're running at like almost 200 frames per second. That's pretty good. It is getting capped out at 180, and I think that's just because it's the refresh rate of my monitor. So I guess I have VSync on. Let me see. Yeah, I have VSync on, that's why. But if I turn that off, and then load back into the game, you'll see. Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah, that's running pretty good. 300 FPS. That's not bad at all. Yeah, I want to keep this game pretty light. I don't want any performance. Like, lag in horror games is an instant immersion killer. So I definitely want to make sure people can run this super smoothly on practically any hardware. That's a big priority. So you're listening and not listening. Keep let's see, one thing mentioning with the game. Or mentioning Wii with the game, yeah. Brothers working with you? Yeah, Zach, aka or otherwise known as Telerium, is sort of the co-developer. Zach's been focusing more on the art side of things, so like drawing up like concepts for enemies and a lot of the assets in game right now. Like this was Zach's stuff over here. Yeah, it's been going really good. I've been tackling a lot of the 3D modeling and the programming, and then Zach's been handling all the enemy designs and assets and stuff like that. So it's I think it's a pretty efficient way to kind of distribute the workload. Because the programming for me is nothing. It's like baby mode. Like, this game is single player, so just right off the bat, it's way easier than Starground. And it's just a simple game in concept. It's not like this big, massive, complicated world I have to program. It's a very confined, limited thing. You have the elevator and the maze, and everything is contained within one of those areas, so... But yeah. Sorting package, happy to see me. Oh yeah, you found the tree of wisdom of Starground? Let's go. But yeah, just with Zach on this one, I don't think Ace or Maxwell are gonna be involved. But yeah. Yeah, we're at 4 hours. I think we're probably going to end stream here now. We got the breakers implemented. They're not fully positioned properly yet, but that's no big deal. I'll be doing that and setting up some code to snap the breaker to the wall depending on... Oh yeah, we probably have another eye drop pretty soon. Okay, I got 45 minutes. Endings for the week. I'm sorry. We'll definitely be working on this a lot more. I'm hoping as Starground gets more and more ready for 0.15, we're going to hit a spot where like finally I can take a breath and stop with Starground for like a couple days and really hit Maze Game hard. So that's the goal, at least. Because yeah, I am really excited to get this game playable. I'd love for you guys to start playtesting so that I can kind of like verify my assumptions and stuff, right? That's always really important. So, and hopefully it's fun for you guys to play too. And yeah, we're probably going to be doing, I think I mentioned this last time, but we'll be starting out, I think, with a very small kind of pre-alpha playtest, where we're probably just going to do like one batch of keys so everybody can sign up. There's not going to be any limit on how many people can sign on, but then all the people that join in on that will get a permanent key of the game for release. But then later on, once the game's a little more polished, we're going to do the Steam playtest feature. I'm probably thinking sometime in like January, the beginning of the next year is when that will start. And that will let everybody play the game for free up until the game comes out. And then they would have to rebuy it. Yeah, I think that's going to be the play. I'm sure you gave me a phone number. Yeah, you should totally call the phone number. How am I rendering the enemy to look 2D and 3D? So I'm using Sprite 3D nodes for all of that. They're a very convenient node for displaying 2D stuff in 3D. So like, for example, this guy, he's a Sprite 3D node. It works the exact same as a Sprite 2D node, except it's just a 3D object. So it's really good. That's how all the items are actually rendered. They're all 2D images. We're trying to do this sort of mix between 2D and 3D elements because I think it's so much easier to design enemies in 2D and display them as like a static image than it is to try and 3D model every single entity because it's really hard to make them look scary. Something we're also doing is some guys will have like directional sprites. So for example, Ares, he has a front sprite, you know, he also has a like a back sprite and a side sprite, and we might even sprinkle in another. We might do like 8 directional sprites, but that helps kind of give an illusion of that he is like a 3D character that actually has a rotation that is going directions and moving in a 3D environment. So I think it helps for sure. Whose number is it? You'll have to find out. It's not any like personal person. It's like a funny joke number. You should be okay. Yeah, I do some code in here to figure out what direction the sprite should be. So in here, I'm basically just getting an angle from this entity to the position of the active camera, right? And that active camera changes depending on whether you're in the console and viewing it from the rover or if you're on foot. So that's why I have that set up as a variable. So I get the position of that camera. I get the angle from the current entity to that camera. And then I can figure out what sprite it should be based off of that angle, right? So you can see I get you know, you guys can look at this code or come back to the VOD on YouTube and look at this more carefully, but I'm converting this degrees into 4 directions and then just matching it down here for what direction it is. So pretty easy. And yeah, for the first person player camera, I do have a state machine inside of the player. So you can see I've got a couple different states right here. We've got walking, idle, running, and crouching. So it's just a nice way to kind of tell what the player's actively doing. So TT House, thank you for the follow. Number isn't available from this mobile service. Okay, it might be a US only number. That's fine. But yeah, I do states here for the player. I just dynamically change the state depending on what they're currently inputting. So like, you know, if the player is holding the crouch button, then the state changes to crouching. If they're not moving, it's going to be idle. Otherwise, if they do have velocity, it's walking. And I kind of have like priorities here. So walking is at the bottom, and then crouching is kind of determined after walking. So you go from idle to walking to crouching. And then on top of that, there's also running down here. So if you're not crouching and you're holding shift, then you're running. It's going to be good to have all of these different states for entities, kind of knowing, you know, what the player is actively doing. Are they hiding? You know, are they crouching under a table? It's going to be important to know all that stuff. So, but yeah, I think it's always a good way to do things, to have states like this. It's a good design mechanism or whatever. But yeah. Anyways, that's going to be it for today, guys. Fortunately, I gotta go. Yeah. Thank you for coming to the stream. I do appreciate it. How to do multiplayer? That's something we'll have to talk about on another stream. Multiplayer is a little hard, guys. Not gonna lie. Let's go find somebody to raid. I'm talking. What do we got here? Kit. I don't remember who this person is. But they're working on a multiplayer thing. We got Javier. It's been a while since we've raided Javier. We can raid in there and see how his project's going. Alrighty. Sorry guys, trying to get extra 3 hours. Sorry. Only 3. I think it'd be more than that if I had to explain multiplayer. Oh man. Yeah, thank you gamers. I appreciate it. I'll be live again tomorrow at around 3 to 3:30 MST. And yeah, feel free to buy Starground, join the Discord. I will be putting up an announcement on Discord when Maze Game is ready for playtesting, so you know, be in there if you want to join in on that when it's time. But yeah, thank you, gamers. We're gonna start up the raid, and I'll see everybody tomorrow. Bye-bye. And point 15 will be out pretty soon, so be on the lookout for that too. I'm working away at it. There is some stuff shadow dropped on the experimental branch, so if anybody is interested, you know, welcome to check that out. All right, bye everybody. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.